Okay. Oh, we're not up yet. All right, good afternoon. The June 23, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
You have a quorum with Mayor Riggins absent. She will be arriving late.
Okay. Trevor, I have a recusal on one of the items for the closed session. Do I have to say so before we take public comment, or can I wait until we're ready to leave the room?
I think we can take public
Okay.
comment here. It's just closed session item.
Okay, so we have
before we
one,
adjourn.
Okay, so we have one public speaker. Ann, you're up.
Hello, good afternoon. Real quick, we're speaking on items not on, I guess, items on the agenda, but we don't know what is on the closed session, correct?
This is speaking on the closed
So
session.
this could be a possible issue, and that one is your agreement was covered 6. I know you sent it to the public. We don't know if you're actually
And
dealing with this.
that's not something that's going to be dealt with in closed session.
Oh, you're not going to deal with closed
I can
session?
represent that to you.
Am I going to be talked about in closed session?
You're not a subject matter for closed session.
Okay. So basically, I guess if I don't know what the items are, I really can't speak to them. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you later.
Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, we don't have any participants or raised hands on Zoom.
Okay. So one of the closed session items involves a party with whom I have a business relationship, so I'll be recusing myself on account of that. The other two items, I do not have a recusal for any reason. So with that, we will recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at 5:30 to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. We're adjourned or recessed.
Okay, the June 23rd, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
Mayor Riggins?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Don, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, may we please have a closed session report?
Yes, at 4:30 p.m., the City Council met in open session and recessed to closed session with items listed on the posted agenda. For two of the items, there is no reportable action. For the third item, Councilmember Silverstein, Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, recused himself for the item as he described before the session commenced. And during that session, by a vote of 4-0, with Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein recused, the City Council provided direction to initiate an action, and that action, the defendants and other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to effectuate service of process on one or more unserved parties, or that to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. That's my report.
Thank you. May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
Yes, the agenda for this meeting was properly posted on June 13th with the amended agenda posted on June 20th.
Okay. May we please have an approval of the agenda and consider hearing item 6A, the PCH pavement rehabilitation project, after the ceremonial presentations and...
The suggestion is to consider hearing it at 6:30 or after the ceremonial items, whichever comes first, since we do have representatives from Caltrans here.
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Okay. Thank goodness for my script. So consent calendar. Do we have any public speakers on consent?
Yes, one moment.
Do we have any online speakers?
There's no raised hands.
Okay, so we'll conclude adding any. So for consent, our first speaker is Ann, followed by Joe Drummond, followed by Norm Haney. It's Ann K. I'm sorry, Ann.
It's too difficult to what, my last name, so that's why we put down K. So this is the agenda for today. And they added the item covered 6, which will be on the next slide. We zoom in a little bit more. There's some real fine print there. You see it all there? This is the amended agenda. Can we zoom in a little bit more? That item 7B, dot 7, is the covered 6 item. Now, one thing we found a little bit peculiar is that the meeting where this action is supposed to be in front of you, at that meeting, it was not 24 hours notice. It was like canceled, but there's no evidence that the city actually canceled the meeting or adjourned it. And so it was supposed to be, what, at 5:30? But instead they made it for the next day with less than 24 hours notice at 1 o'clock. None of the public was there. Hans, with his radio station thing, wasn't there. The Malibu Times wasn't there, but Ann was with 2 cameras. So I think it's the first time that meeting's ever been recorded. So next slide, please. This is what they were talking about. Covered 6. File, let's see, what is it? Receive and file in excess of $1 million. Receive and file is the recommendation from the staff. Next, and let me show you something really interesting. This contract is already executed before it even got to you. It's here right now. It's, I think, went into effect last Wednesday, and whatever was executed, you can read it. I mean, sorry, I don't have a copy. I kind of do have a copy. Let me read it. But I'm kind of nervous because obviously this is highly irregular for you guys to give the city manager authority to sign away well over $1 million without it first being heard here. And you asked the Public Safety Commission to first review it. And that wasn't done properly. At least it should be investigated, because obviously we suspect that with less than 24 hours notice, which would be a violation of the Brown Act. So how can you take action on this? How can you authorize the city manager? And I was there. City Hall was closed. We could not attend the NPR room to see it, indeed, if it was legally adjourned to that date. I had a discussion with the FedEx person out front who couldn't get in. We ended up talking about perfume. So what I'm saying is, I don't think Ms. Bond had the authority to do this, because the Public Safety Commission did not meet legally, and it should be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Drummond?
Oh, so, hello, council. This was dumped on my property last week, Wednesday, or between Wednesday afternoon and Thursday, sometime before 5 p.m. And it is not mine. I don't know who put it there, but I did actually talk to Covered 6, and they recommended I put a chain up. So I did put a chain up, but they don't have any video coverage or anything of the sort. But I did ask them, well, what is the solution? And they said, well, if we can check people in and out at the bottom of the hill like the National Guard did, and we can see what they're doing, that's just something I'm hoping that you can amend in their contract, is to allow them to be at the bottom of the neighborhoods and check people coming in and out, and question why they're there, because they need to have a reason, and not the residents, obviously, but the contractors and people coming in and out, because this is what will happen. I think this is the only, well, anyway, I think it happened to multiple people. I'm the latest, that's all. So, and I hope you got my email about public comment. I'll comment on that, and I'm hoping Trevor will address that. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm?
Good evening, honorable council members. I don't think I have to make the following comments, but I think it's appropriate. Under 1B8, the contract for California Strategies, they are perhaps the best lobbying group in Sacramento, and I strongly support continuing their contract. The head of that organization held many positions in the state of California government, including 4 years on the California Coastal Commission. They're extremely effective. Those are my comments.
Thank you. That'll close public comment for items on the consent calendar. Anybody on the council want to pull any items? Which one would you like?
Number 8.
Okay, 1B8. Yep. Any others? Do we have a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve everything else.
Okay, a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay, do you want a staff report? What would you like?
No, just one B. I mean, I got calls saying there's no dollars assigned to this item. I mean, I think just think people should know what we're paying.
City manager, do you have? This is for the contract with California Strategies and Advocacy.
Yes, but we'll have to get back to you on that, on the full amount.
Okay.
It's, right now, it's on an hourly basis, so we can get you information on renewal.
Yeah, I just got calls that I couldn't answer, so just providing some information would be good.
No, in the warrants, there's the amount, I don't know if that can.
You shouldn't have to hunt for it.
Agreed, I don't disagree with you. Okay, do we have a motion for 1B8?
I'll make a motion to approve 1B8.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay, great. Okay, that finishes up consent. Ceremonial presentations. Okay, so we have a proclamation for declaring July 2025 as Park and Recreation Month of the City in Malibu. Do you want to meet me at the podium? Okay, great. Parks and Rec is always our fun department. They do all the great things for the city. So whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Malibu, and the United States House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health and well-being, and whereas Parks and Recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for sports, aquatics, outdoor activities, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education outreach, such as after-school programming, youth sports, environmental education, are critical to childhood development, and whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, and crime reduction, and whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Malibu City Council that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Malibu, presented on 23rd day of June 2025 on behalf of the Malibu City Council. And I wanted to add, I miss senior programming in here, so next year let's get seniors in here because I think they're pretty important too.
I agree.
And we have a pretty good senior program. So here we go,
Thank
Director.
you
Thank you
so
very much. Would
We
you
really
like to add a
appreciate
few
it.
words?
Yeah. So just on behalf of the Community Services Department, I want to thank you all for your support and the community's support with everything that we do in Parks and Rec, from arts to sports programming to seniors. It's all so important. And this is actually the 40th year that the National Society has claimed July as Parks and Recreation Month. So just look out on our social media page if we're going to have a lot of fun activities in July. So I encourage the community to follow us on Instagram or Facebook and visit our parks and all that we have to offer. So thank you very much.
And we're so lucky we have such great parks.
Thank you.
Okay, and next, we're going to have a presentation from the U.S. Small Business Administration.
Good evening, and thank you so much, Mayor Riggins and esteemed City Council, for allowing me to present this evening. My name is Corey Williams, Public Information Officer with the U.S. Small Business Administration's Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience, and I've been here since January 26, working the devastating Pacific Palisades fire as well as the Eaton fire, and you know, for the Malibu business owners and nonprofits that were impacted, my heart still goes out to them. I'm a business owner myself, you know, non-SBA wise, and I always want to make sure our businesses are getting the help that they need. And that's the purpose of the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, which is still ongoing. It has a deadline of October 8th. So, you know, but the one thing that I always emphasize, that disaster actually started on January 7th when the fire started. And that was the time that, you know, for any of the businesses that may have had physical loss, they can get the SBA loan up to $2 million for a business or nonprofit. For businesses, the interest rates are as low as 4%. And then for nonprofits, the interest rate's fixed at 3.625%. Again, there's no payment for an entire year, no interest accrual for an entire year, no cost to apply. So the one thing that I really want to emphasize in this presentation is the need to, or at least the awareness of the EIDL program. So as you can see, the incident period began on January 7th, 2025. And again, the deadline to apply for the homeowners and renters, that has expired. And we had a grace period that extended all the way to May 31st. That now has expired. So they would have to show us extreme circumstance as to why they didn't apply during that 5-month period. So this is focused totally on our targeted economic injury disaster loan program, which is the working capital. So the interest rates for businesses is as low as 4%. Again, for nonprofits, it's fixed at 3.625. No cost to apply, no prepayment penalty, no obligation to even borrow if you're approved. And the max loan limits, as we can see by the next slide, right here. Sorry. Right here. Okay. So who can apply for the SBA loan at this stage? This is going to be our private nonprofits and businesses that are in the Malibu area, as well as any of the Pacific Palisades or any disaster declared area within Los Angeles County. So there also may be a situation where some of the businesses may be located in Orange, Kern, Ventura, or San Bernardino County, but they're conducting business with Malibu or the Palisades. They also can apply for the economic injury disaster loan because they could have been, adversely impacted just because of contracts or any cancellations of deals with the Palisades or Malibu. Next slide. So the economic injury disaster loan program can cover operating expenses such as payroll, monthly lease obligations, monthly mortgage obligations, any kind of rent or accounts payable. And most importantly, for any Malibu landlords, there may be some of their properties that were destroyed. That is lost rent. So that can be also covered by the economic injury disaster loan program while the properties are being rebuilt. So just wanted to make sure that everyone has awareness that the economic injury can help landlords as well. Again, and it's at that 4% interest rate, but again, no payment for a year, no interest accrual for a year. Next slide. So the one thing, we have a center that's actually the closest, that's at the Pacific Palisades. It's at the American Legion Post. They're open Monday through Friday. I think the hours are 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 every Monday through Friday. So again, the one thing I want to emphasize is that if you need that one-on-one attention, we have outstanding customer service representatives that are still here. We've kind of dropped our staffing from about 145. I think we're down to like 21 in the state, but we're still not leaving. That's the most important aspect. I know you hear about other agencies that are leaving, but SBA, we still plan to be here throughout the recovery period to help out Malibu, whether a homeowner, business owner, renter, or nonprofit. But again, that deadline to apply is October 8th 2025. Now, once you actually submit an application, you'll actually receive a call from a loss verifier. They'll actually kind of call it, kind of assess the damage, or they may make a visit to see where you are. And then after that, the loan will actually be sent to a loan officer who will determine, basically how much that business owner or nonprofit may be eligible for. Now, one of the things I also emphasize for our nonprofits and business owners for the economic injury, you can start with the unsecured $25,000 for the economic injury. Again, that's no collateral, just a signature loan like you would get from a bank. And if you decide to get further funds or increase your loan amounts, then they have that option to go up to the $2 million if they are approved for that amount. But at least for the first $25,000, that gives them an initial amount that they can kind of work with before seeing if that may meet the need. And because there is that 12-month deferment, 12-month zero interest accrual, then if they choose to pay the loan off within a year, there's no loan. Next slide. Yeah. Well, no interest in no loan. Yeah. So again, for economic injury disaster loans, it's for small businesses, nonprofits. It is working capital loans, and again, the max amount is $2 million. Now, if our processing center in Fort Worth, Texas, may deem a Malibu business or a Pacific Palisades business to be what's considered a major source of employment, we may be able to go beyond the $2 million threshold, but that'll be a decision made by our processing center. Next slide. So again, the one thing, while we have centers in place and we still do have state-supported locations, that one is off of Sawtelle. That's the closest one if you want to go and actually see FEMA. But as far as for Malibu, probably the closest location is going to be the American Legion in the Pacific Palisades. But if you want to apply online, you can go to sba.gov/disaster or call the 800 number, which is 800-659-2955. But again, while centers are open, and SBA, even after the state-supported centers plan to close, SBA will have a presence, and we want to continue to have a presence in the Malibu Pacific Palisades area well beyond the closing of the state-supported centers with FEMA. And I think that's the last slide. Let's see. Next slide, just to see if there's one more slide. I think that's it. Yeah. So if there's any questions you may have about the AUDA program, I'm more than happy to answer them while I have this time here.
Doug, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I'm a former banker.
Yes.
So SBA loans, I know about those. It's very clear you have to pay these back. But what's the qualifications to get the loan?
Great question, Councilmember Stewart. So we do look at credit history, and we do look at repayment ability. So the baseline credit score approximately is about 575. That's the minimum credit score. Now, sometimes it may be that they meet the credit score, but they don't have repayment ability because many businesses write off a significant amount of their, deductions just so it kind of offsets their income. So the one thing is, if they are not approved for a loan, they have up to 6 months to apply for reconsideration. And that's where our customer service representatives at the Pacific Palisades or going to the Sawtelle location, one of the state-supported locations, may be able to work with that bar to turn that no into a yes. One of the things that our new administrator, Chris Stalling, says is, it's a long road to get a yes, but we're willing to make that process to get, turn that no into a yes.
Okay, but what about for accounts, you said it's a working capital line. Do you have to have accounts receivable? Do you have to have profitability, no profitability?
So
I'm just trying to make sure people know if it's worthwhile to make the application.
Great question. So that's where our processing center in Fort Worth, Texas will make the determination on repayability. We'll look at the tax returns, of course, because this is a federal taxpayer subsidized program. So they'll look at the tax returns. They'll also look at profit and loss, their personal financials. They'll pretty much doing a full analysis to determine what that business in Malibu or the Palisades may be eligible for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So there has been a few small businesses that have reached out to me inquiring because they did try to get a loan, but they never got it. And so What's the timeline of turnaround?
So what we do, we try to, and great question, Councilmember Conrad, that for our sole proprietors and our single member LLCs, we try to turn those loans around within 3 to 4 weeks. More the complicated entities like the C Corp or S Corp, PLLCs, those may take a little bit longer, probably about 4 to 8 weeks, I would say. But the one thing I would say for someone who hasn't actually received the decision from SBA, it is a possibility their loan may have been withdrawn. One of the new kind of techniques, or one of the new things we had post-COVID, because I'm sure you all are aware there was a lot of fraud that was involved with some of the loans, is now there's a two-step factor authentication. So there's a portal that they actually have to sign into. And one of the things, most of the communication actually goes through that portal. So if they don't check that portal and there may be messages, okay, we need your statement of liabilities, we need your personal financial, we need your profit and loss. And if they don't see that and they're not checking their portal, it's a possibility the loan might be withdrawn. So the one question I would tell them, or kind of know their advice, is to tell them to kind of check back into the portal and see if their loan is actually declined or withdrawn. Both of them have within 6 months to apply. So if they are reconsideration on a declined application, they have up to 6 months. And if they want a reinstatement on a withdrawn application, they have up to 6 months. So at least if they apply, then they still should be within that 6-month period.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I just had a couple questions. What street is the American Legion located on in Pacific Palisades?
It's the American Legion. I think it's the Ronald Reagan Post. So I don't know the exact street.
Next to the post office?
Next to the post office.
And I don't know.
Sunset? I mean,
It's across the street from the Seven Arrows School. That's how I.
okay.
But I was at the American Legion last week when they presented this kind of material.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for the assist.
And then would you be willing to meet with a group such as the Chamber of Commerce or something like that to do a presentation?
Definitely. I'd be
Okay.
more than willing to do that anytime you want me to, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, if you can either contact myself, the city manager,
I'll
whichever,
leave
we'll get
business
contact
cards
for the.
with Kelsey
Perfect.
for every one of you all. So if you need to reach out to me via email or call, I'm probably best on email. I'll have all my business cards out for each one of the members of City Council.
Okay, and I just got the address. It's 15247 La Cruz Drive in Pacific Palisades for the American Legion.
Awesome. I knew it was the Ronald Reagan.
Teamwork up here.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work.
Okay, and then for any homeowners that are looking for a loan or something like that, will you be, is it still an option for them to be able to do something like that?
It still is an option, Mayor. The one question, because what's going to come about from our processing center is you have from January 7th essentially to May 31st. Why didn't you apply during that time period? Because that was a significant period of time, even well beyond the FEMA time period. So they have to come up with pretty much a good excuse. I mean, and sometimes it's just being mentally overwhelmed. They just need to explain that, why they did not apply during that 5-month period where the SBA loans were available. And that's where going into the actual Disaster Loan Outreach Center or Business Outreach, Business Recovery Center, and the one at the Palisades where, Serena Spurlock, she's the team lead there. She's amazing. For those who actually worked with her, she will help you kind of put together that, kind of an explanation as to why someone did not apply, because that's going to be the question that our processing center would have, is that when you had 5 months, essentially, why didn't you take advantage of it during that time? But they still can go ahead and apply.
Okay, and then just to follow up on that, and if you can't answer this question, I understand. A lot of our residents have non-traditional income.
Yeah.
Will that prevent them from being able to get a loan, or will that make it a little bit more difficult?
It will not. So the good thing is that if, I'm assuming like you're talking about the retirement income and different things, or what?
We have entertainment industry, gig industry, just a lot of non-traditional form, not your typical W-2, things like that.
Okay. In that situation, you know, our processing center makes those determinations. They'll look at the tax returns. The key thing that I would emphasize, Mayor, is that if they have filed their tax returns, that's the biggest piece of it, because at least they have verified income with the Internal Revenue Service. So if that would probably be the most crucial piece, because sometimes people don't unfortunately file their taxes, and it is a taxpayer subsidized program. So as long as they're filing their taxes, I think our processing center will be able to work with them.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So much, that's it. Thank you so much for coming in and checking in with our residents. It's very helpful. Okay, since it's 6:30, we'll go ahead with the presentation from Caltrans. Yeah, no, because we said 6:30 and we're at 6:35, so. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor Regan and Honor Council Member. My name is Nancy Pei. I'm with Caltrans. I'm the Assistant Division Chief for our District 7 Project Program Management, and thank you for giving me the time to share with you tonight our presentation for the 2 payment rehab projects. Before I begin with the 2 payment projects, I just want to run down on the thing that we're doing on PCH. As you know, the short-term project that we have been going on, working with the city through our Director's Order project, which is started in 2024 last year. This is where we install some of our immediate need for safety items, such as striping and signing through that. And we're about to finish that part of the work right now. And what was known as our midterm project is what our PCH payment rehab project that we will talk about tonight. There's 2 projects on PCH that we have planned for. And the long-term project is the master plan, which my colleague Ryan had came here on June 9th, 2 weeks ago, to explain that project. So with that, let me just start. Oops. Doesn't work. Thank you. So the first project is from south of Cross Creek to Ventura County. This is our first part of the project, known as the northern portion of it. This map shows the limit of the project, pretty much from Cross Creek to the Ventura County area. Next slide. The purpose of our project is to extend the service life of our roadway payment, improve the ride quality, minimize maintenance worker exposure, having to go out there to fix the roadway constantly, upgrade some complete street feature, and then upgrade some safety feature also. So here's the scope of the project is to coplanar the existing pavement that we have out there and apply an overlay of rubberized asphalt, hot mix asphalt concrete. For the complete street element, we will be upgrading what we call ADA curb ramp, and some location we are adding a few curb ramp. We also will be adding segment of sidewalks, enhancing crosswalk striping. Also, where we have signal, we will be adding audible pedestrian signal, countdown pedestrian signal heads, and bicycle detection. We also will be adding a bike lane, class 2 bike lane through striping only. Here are some of our safety items: upgrading our guardrail system, installing quick curb for traffic channelization, adding new lighting. We have about 37 lights within the city of Malibu that we're adding to some of the location, about 9 area. We will be replacing and installing a new roadway sign. I believe we are replacing some of the street name sign also as part of the project. We will be lengthening the northbound left turn pocket from northbound PCH to southbound Heathercliff Road. And then the other location would be from northbound PCH to southbound Malibu called Colony Drive. We will also realigning 2 intersections, which making Malibu Road to be more of a 90 angle with the southbound PCH, and also at Civic Center Way Drive, North PCH. Here's the location where the green shown is where we are proposing the Class 2 bike lane through striping. So for the northbound, we have approximately 7.2 mile. They are not continuously for some of the segment. We'll go into that. And then for the altogether about 14 segment in the northbound direction. Southbound direction, we have about 15 segment added up to about 8.3 mile. The reason we are not able to provide a continuous Class 2 bike lane throughout the whole project limit is that we have some area we don't have the right way to widen the roadway to provide that space. We have to eliminate parking or remove parking, so we skip those sections. The approach that we are taking to implement this Class 2 bike lane is through reducing, say, example, we have 12-foot lane width out there right now. We will be reducing it to 11-foot to gain that extra space. And the median area, if we have raised median 4-foot or 6-foot, we are gaining the space by reducing the median down to the 2-foot instead of taking away parking. And this slide showed the location of where we're adding new sidewalks. So as you can see, we're adding at Heathercliff Road, where the bus stop is, we're adding the sidewalk, Malibu Canyon Road to John Tyler, Cross Creek Road to Webway, and then on the other direction you have from Butch Drive, that's where we have the bus stop, and it didn't really have a sidewalk. We created that one there. And then south of Coral Canyon Road, where we have the bus stop, we also created a sidewalk there. And from Cross Creek Road to Malibu Road also, we provided a continuous sidewalk in that segment. This is the 2T intersection. This is one of them that we're tee up, if you could see, existing right now at Malibu Road. It kind of like swayed through, so we teed that up. The reason we tee that up is to improve the safety, especially for pedestrian crossing. When you have a more 90-degree angle, the car could see the pedestrian, and it's also making it a shorter crossing for the pedestrian. And this is the other one that we are doing that also for that purpose, same purpose. This is at the Civic Center Way. So this is the first project. It's currently in design phase, and we are trying to wrap up the design of the project. We will be finishing up the design toward the end of this calendar year, and then going through advertisement and award, and we'll be hitting construction back in about summer of next year. It's about 2.5-year project. We will be completed this in 2029. So that's the first project. Second project will start from McClellan Tunnel to south, where we left off the first project is Cross Creek Road. This is just a map showing the limit of the project itself again. The purpose is pretty much the same as the first project. It's mainly the roadway pavement rehab work, improve ride quality, minimize the worker exposure, and adding complete street element and also safety features. Same thing with the purpose of the scope of the work. One thing that we added extra here, we have a lot of bus stop that we are reconstructing the bus stop to a concrete pad so that it will last longer, because the asphalt concrete now, it gets broken up pretty frequent with the bus load is pretty heavy. So we are upgrading that. The complete street element is pretty much same like the first project also, upgrading ADA curb ramp and adding new one was needed for pedestrian access, adding some new sidewalk and crosswalk, and also enhance the crosswalk striping. And the signal is adding the audio part and the counter for pedestrian, bicycle, and also some Class 2 bike lane. The safety element, pretty much the same again, the guardrail upgrade, quick curb for traffic channelization. We're also having lighting at Roosevelt Tunnel, where the pedestrian undercrossing, we are upgrading the lighting there and also adding, I believe, a CCTV at that location also, and some signing upgrade. And we also installing a signal with protective left turn at, I believe, where the parking lot. This is not within the city of Malibu, it's in Santa Monica, but it is part of our project. The bike lane, as you could see in this project, we don't really have as continuous as we had in the first project because we really don't have the space in this project. So it's only a few of those segments shown there on that map. And this is the location where we're adding the crosswalk and the sidewalk. One of them is at the bus stop. The first one at, I believe, 2036, that's like one of the business there, I think is seafood, Malibu Seafood, I believe. I might be mistaken. I'll get my team to confirm that one.
I think that's the former Moon Shadows.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Mayor. And then we have that new sidewalk segment right there from Topanga Canyon Boulevard where the bus stop is, and also at the Santa Monica, that's outside city of Malibu also. And for this project, I just want to share with you also, we do have quite a bit of right-of-way property potential impact that we are reaching out to the property impact after this meeting. We'll be sending them letter to notify their potential impact for needing temporary construction easement or drainage easement from them, or some sliver of fee take or highway easement for the ADA curb ramp or the sidewalk. The drainage easement more of perfecting yet. We do have drainage system that run through some of this property that we discovered that we don't have. When the property got developed, they extended the pipe and we did not have a recorded drainage. So we will be contacting the property owner to see how we could perfect those things for our drainage system that exists there right now. And the schedule for this project, we are currently trying to complete what we call a project approval environmental document phase in the next 2 months. And we'll be moving into the design phase, which will last for about a year and a half. At the end of 2026, the project will be completing design, and we'll go through the advertisement and award, and we'll be in construction in summer 2027. And I think that's concluded my presentation. Be happy to answer any question the team may have.
Do we have any preliminary questions? Should we go with public comment?
I have a question. Maybe two. I think I understood that you said on the northbound part of the project, the Civic Center Way North, that you were going to be adding traffic lights, new traffic lights that don't currently exist, or were you just replacing ones that are there?
If it has one there.
Do you mean traffic lights or?
Traffic signals.
I think just for the left turn facing. It probably have one there we modify for traffic left turn facing. Is that Rob?
I think there was a mention of street lighting.
I think they said they're going to put 37 street lights in.
Oh, street lights, not traffic lights?
Yeah, so could you say the difference between a street light and a signal?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just overhead lights.
Yes.
And I have a question about that.
The other question I have is,
Well, do we want to hold those specific questions until after, or?
no, I just have another. How much at a time are you going to be biting off? I mean, what kind of lane closures are we going to be looking at? When are they going to occur? Are they going to be all day, 24/7? Are they going to be just certain hours of the night? How are you going to be doing this?
This type of work we foreseen, we will work within the traffic that when there's not much, so most of the work probably will be nighttime when there's less traffic. Through our normal, we normally do not allow our contractor to close the lane if it has more than certain congestion. So we work with our traffic closure chart, which we work with City of Malibu also to develop those traffic chart that we apply for our traffic contractor to use.
Will the lanes be open during the hours that you're not working on them, or will they be like dug up and unable to be used?
They will be open.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a clarifying question?
I have so many questions, so what would you like me to do, wait?
If you have a clarifying question, I think now, and not,
Okay.
let's do public comment, and then we can come back for a more robust.
I guess a clarifying question then.
Okay.
I think, did I hear 37 new streetlights?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a plan for where those will be? Because that would be phase one, which
Correct.
is construction 26 to 2029. So that'll be 4 years of construction. I would love to know where you guys are proposing all those streetlights.
Yes, I do. So at about 9 locations throughout the project limit that we're putting streetlight, and we are putting this, we did a study where we have accident, especially at nighttime, and we believe that the lighting will help improve and reduce those accidents. That's why we're putting them at those specific locations that our traffic went through and do the analysis.
Clarifying question?
Malibu is a dark sky community.
I'm sorry?
Malibu is a dark sky community. So what kind of lights are you putting in? Are they going to be consistent with what we're doing and trying to do in the rest of the city?
And that's also one of the questions I have too. So
Yes,
maybe we go robust on those, because I think we all have some pretty dynamic questioning we're going to have with that.
Let's do public comment.
Okay. So I'm going to have public comment opened up, and then if you can come back to answer questions for the council, that'd be great. Our first, our in-person is Scott Dietrich. And do we have any online?
There's no raised hands.
Okay, and just for the audience, this is item 6A, so if you intended to speak on 6A,
Yes, ma'am.
Ryan, get your time.
Okay.
Scott, please go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor Riggins and council, this should first come before Public Works, even though it is not a city project, so that we can go over in detail and make recommendations. Specifically dealing with the lights, for example, we would like to know, is it going to follow Malibu's dark sky? In the eastern portion, I'm totally against discontinuous bike lanes. When you have a bike lane and a cyclist, and I'm a cyclist, and suddenly your lane ends, that creates a very dangerous situation. This doesn't improve safety at all. So that's one issue. That's just one issue. And so I think it's a lot better if they make a detailed presentation. This is going to take, it's a big project, and we need community input on it. So I would also, I think it's critical that we know, is the lane width going to stay the same? That because past iterations of the Caltrans plan has shrunk traffic lanes, has taken away the median. We need to know these questions. And it's really difficult for you guys to make a determination and vote on something when you don't have all these answers. And it could take an entire council meeting or several to really get to the heart of this. So, yeah, we need some of these things, but we have to do it in the right order. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. No more additional public speakers in person and no more online, right? Is that it? Okay, great. Ryan Embry?
Yes, I want to say the City of Malibu was the lead agency in a bicycle facilities project study by Boyle Engineering in 1996. The study was completed in 1997, and I helped edit it. That report concluded that there are choke points along Pacific Coast Highway in the study zone. And the MTA funded that study, and I forget the woman's name, but she pulled the plug on it. She said, we're not going to create a human-caused catastrophe for bicyclists. There will be no bike lane on Pacific Coast Highway. And the safest thing to do would be to establish the state minimum standard for vehicle width lanes, 12 feet minimum, and that the number 2 lane closest to the right side of the road should be 14 feet to accommodate the trucks, buses, and big vehicles. That would allow for separation distance, not just between the number 1 and number 2 lanes, but additional space for bicyclists along the side of the road. There were other minor improvements, and we converted the remaining funding of the aborted study into hardscape improvements that were already identified, including changing the grates for bicycles so their tires wouldn't fall in the grates and get stuck. So the first do no harm is the most important thing you have to realize. We have the accumulated knowledge, wisdom, and crash studies and deaths to support the fact that Pacific Coast Highway probably is not a good place for bicyclists, period. It's a hard pill to say we ought to prohibit bicyclists from a high fatality corridor, but we unfortunately have the statistics to prove it. There's even video from the MTA bus that hit the woman who was a trained professional bicyclist on far western Malibu who pulled out in front of the bus. Very unfortunate. So the skill level doesn't really get you a pass on this either. But the choke point is very real. They've been identified in the studies, and I do not know why we have to keep trying to reinvent the wheel with a new study when we have an old study that's already on the books. I have a copy of it. I think the city might still have its copy. But Boyle Engineering did that study, and there was a subsequent study funded by the Southern California Association of Governments, which also had independent engineering judgment, which said basically the separation distance between vehicles in the number 1 lane, number 2 lane, and the bicyclists needs to be this formula of 12 foot, basically 14 feet or wider, and to the shoulder without a bike lane, because it's a false sense of security.
Thank you, Ryan. Joe Drummond?
Thank you. For the bike lanes, I do think it's more accessible, and the Coastal Commission would allow one side of the street not to have parking if we have a protected bike lane the whole way. I think it would allow our kids, us, people, like we used to drive to Will Rogers and park and bike all the way to Dockweiler Beach. So if we want to put that idea to the Coastal Commission, they could possibly remove parking on one side and allow a fully protected double bike lane on one side, and then if they have to move it to the other side, a certain part, then they have to put a crosswalk there. Also, I don't know why there's a crosswalk at Moon Shadows when there's no more Moon Shadows, and I think that should be taken off of the table until if it's going to rebuild or what, because that was for accidents from I think the valets going across the street. So I just believe there should be a protected bike lane all the way through Malibu, and we don't need that crosswalk. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back up to the council. I'm sorry, could you return for our questions? Thanks. Okay, who wants to tackle the lights first?
My question is, we are a dark sky community, so there are lights that you could put in that accommodate that. I just don't know if you guys have thought about that or if that's in the plan.
We are working with the city of Malibu and to be consistent with that plan, and we're working with Rob to use the city specs and everything.
So you haven't defined what those lights are going to be yet?
I'm sorry?
You haven't defined what kind of lights you're going to put in there yet. Is that correct?
I personally don't know, but our staff have been working with the city of Malibu.
Okay, we can check with Rob later on.
Yes, and we definitely will be consistent with the city. We understand this is covered the city's limit.
You know, there's a lot of sidewalks you're putting in.
Sidewalk.
Okay? Sidewalks, yeah. I mean, there's a sidewalk from, I guess, Malibu Canyon down to John Tyler Drive. Is that on the land side or the ocean side?
You know, there's a few slides that I have after the.
Councilmember Urian, it's on the land. It's on the land side. It's where the grass is.
On the Pepperdine side.
Yes, Pepperdine side.
Yes. On the Pepperdine side. I'm just not very familiar with that area. Yes.
I mean, I live near there. I don't see many people walking up and down PCH and that. So why they're going in, I mean, I could see us doing a lot of work putting those sidewalks in that thing. I'm not sure if they're actually improving anything or making anybody's lives better, but that's one man's opinion. We talked about the lights. We talked about PCH down after the fire. There's been a lot of discussion about protecting the roadway, buffering up that roadway down there to make sure if there's a storm coming in or something, it doesn't wash the roadway away. Is that incorporated anywhere in this plan?
No, this plan will not be able to handle that. I think you're talking about putting in seawall and things like that.
I'm talking about doing something because if we get a big storm, that highway's gone.
Yes.
So what are you doing to prevent that from happening? This is the question.
Yeah, because this project was programmed prior to all this happening, and we have certain amount of funding only, and this project was in the middle and almost, as you can see, almost complete the design itself. And to do the payment, we need to move forward. Just to take care of the payment first. We have done payment investigation a couple of years prior to plan for this project. If we don't do this payment rehab project soon, the payment get deteriorated furthermore. We have to shut down the freeway and replace the whole structure section, and that's why we don't want to be in
I'm not arguing you're going to take care of the road. My question is, you could do all the pavement planning you want. If a flood or storm comes in and blows the highway away, not going to do you any good. So do you have a time frame where you're going to come up with a plan that says, here's what we're going to do to take care of the highway? I mean, that's a big, PCH goes, we're back in the same mess, worse mess than we got right now. We're having it closed after the fire. So keeping that open is a major concern for the city, for our businesses, for the residents going back and forth and all. So I'm just wondering if you guys have got at least a schedule in line to say, we'll have a plan put in place by this date and determine what we're going to do there.
I don't have an answer for you on that. I have to go back and coordinate with the other group who work in that portion and see whether they have planned something for programming and an immediate project to take care of that portion.
If you could get back to us, I mean, I hear that all the time from people. There's a lot of concern with that. So if you could get back with some time frame that says either with a plan or the time frame you're going to put a plan in place, so that at least we can deal with some of the questions I'm getting. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what I would like to see, and maybe the rest of the council would join in, so between the city manager and the public works director, if you can have Caltrans perhaps give us a presentation sooner rather than later about what the long-term shoring plan is for the highway in the burn area, I think it'd be very helpful for all of us.
Sure.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Halen, you want to continue?
Sure, yeah, I do. So the bike lanes, from what I'm hearing, are going in Class 2, which are just striped.
Correct.
And that's going to be in your first plan, which is the 26 to 29, 2026 to 2029 plan.
That's correct.
And I heard from public comment that it would be nice to have them protected, possibly just one side of PCH, which means you choose. But has Caltrans looked into that? Taking away, I guess, one of the sides, allowing for protected bike lanes instead of, because Class 2 seems pretty dangerous if they're just, it's a false sense of security.
Yes, to put it on one side, because there's so much section of it, there's so long of a stretch, you have to have people cross somewhere.
At the crosswalks that you're putting in, possibly?
Yeah, but people want to be able to go back both direction, right? So that's why we didn't do just the one side. Bike lane, we provided on both sides, but we don't have room to do the protective at this time. We could only do the stripe Class 2 only. You need more space to put in the protective feature.
And the bike lanes at this point are mandatory. Is this plan set and we can discuss it all we want, and this is what Caltrans is going to do?
Correct. For the first project, it's in design and it is part of our contract plans. Correct.
So it's just set.
Correct.
Even if we discuss it or have workshops or Public Works gets it back, this is what it is. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and it's through striping only. It could be easily removed. There's other decision in the future, right? I'm sorry, but yes. And
no, it's good to have
a
the
requirement for us to consider all this feature in our project nowadays too.
Well, it's nice to have a confirmation because there's been a
Yes.
lot of confusion about this. I would love to have, still for you guys to come back with a more detailed plan, maybe through Public Works, so that we know what's coming, what we're getting. Also, is there any way that while you're doing this construction, you could put up maybe a construction sign that explains what's going on for commuters and for residents so that we're not always just wondering what's happening to our roads? We know, but a lot of the residents don't know. So like at Corral Canyon, we've had a tunnel, I believe it's an underground tunnel for trout possibly, that's been going on for maybe 3-4 years. So it would be very nice for Caltrans to give us some respect to say, this is what's happening, a little sort of billboard so that we know what the timeline is, even if you don't want to stick to one, or what the project is. I would love to see that happening for us.
We'll take that, we'll note that.
Thank you very much. I would appreciate that. I don't really know if we need to talk about the second project because that's 2027 to 2030. I do believe that you should look back into the Moon Shadows crosswalk, as that seems like it doesn't really make sense since Moon Shadows is gone. But that being said, PCH might be gone as well if we have another big storm soon. So, yeah, but I appreciate you coming down here. And I think that is it. And I mean, are you aware that we might be putting in a sewer?
Yes, I heard it on the June 9th. Somebody brought that up.
Perfect.
I think that could be coordinated with our project. I don't know what the timeline of that project for the sewer line and the water line is, but this is just a CAP-M pavement rehab project.
Sorry, you're doing government speak when you say things like that. So
I'm sorry.
We're as unenlightened as the general public is when you say CAP-M and things like
I'm
that.
sorry, the payment rehab project, I'm sorry.
Could you explain what that is?
What's a CAP-M project, sorry? Capital M project?
Capital Outlet Preventive Maintenance Project. That's what it stands for.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's all for now.
Who would like to go next?
I'll take it. First off, you're restriping the road and you're compressing the lanes. And I think it was Scott said, or Ryan, 12 feet, 14 feet. These are 11 feet. We mentioned this last time with the master plan. That's about as narrow as you can get. But what about parking? Are you taking away parking on the roadway on either project?
No.
So you're going to keep the same amount of parking?
Correct.
That's not in this project. That's in the master plan.
Correct.
Idea. Okay. Sidewalk length. You talked about and looked on the slide that you had little sections for sidewalks, but it didn't seem to be much more than like a bus pad. How long are these sidewalks, especially on the western side, western project or northern project, depending on how you want to call it, and the southern eastern side? How long are those sidewalks?
I do have a couple of slides that show that, if we could bring it up, at least for where the sidewalk we are proposing for those segments, especially on.
And while you're bringing up the slide, I think the idea of having this vetted with our Public Works Commission is exactly what should happen. It's nice that we're getting this presentation, but that's what we have this Public Works Commission for, is to ask the tough questions, make sure we know the answers and get their input on this as opposed to us doing it on the fly. So like here on your sidewalk.
Correct. So where the green is where we're proposing the sidewalk segment to join up to what existing there.
Okay, and this is at Webway.
Cross Creek to Webway.
Yeah, but you've got it all throughout the city. You've got, one of your other slides, you had little red marks about sidewalks in multiple places. And I'm just wondering how many feet is.
So there's another location. This is from Malibu Canyon to Tyler.
That's the Pepperdine project, yeah.
Correct.
Pepperdine.
I think this is another segment, south of Coral Canyon.
All right, so this is along the beach side.
Right. And I think there's one more slide. So this is just a small segment to connect, put where I think the bus stop is there. So we're creating to connect up to the crosswalk.
Okay.
And this is at Butch, just a small segment also.
So it looks like more on the western side, there's small sections, maybe 50, 100 feet or so, not very large.
Right.
Okay. And it's
Is there one at Morning View?
No. Morning View, as I look at it, it's already have a crosswalk and all the ADA curb ramp along PCH already currently.
I
So
think
that's not-
residents are asking on the ocean side as a connection down to Zuma Beach and such.
I think that's the Suma Beach access road, and that doesn't belong to the state.
This one's further north, the Morning View, just right at Morning View.
Right, I did look at that question when you asked at the June 9th, and I kind of like check into that. So at Morning View, we have PCHs, right? So we have the intersection there. They already have crosswalk, two crosswalk, all the ADA curb ramp are already built to current standard. The portion that's missing is crossing the Suma access road. That's outside the state right away. Not sure
Okay.
who owned that road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then the last thing I have, if you could bring back up your slide with all the property acquisitions.
Yes.
I think they were only on the eastern, southern side of the city. And that's a lot of property. And, I mean, it's in square feet. I mean, the first one on the left that's marked there is 1,900 square feet. Are you talking about widening the road for that distance? You know, if that's 15 feet, that's what, 100 feet long?
From there.
Yeah. All I'm saying is you've got a lot of markers up there.
Correct. There's
Our
19 of
residents are
them.
going to suddenly find out that they're being asked to deed over part of the property. Is this an eminent domain project? Or does this start off as a voluntary project? What are our residents expecting here?
It will be an eminent domain if we don't get a solution through just negotiating with them and working through with them. And about, I believe, 4 of them belong to the county, the government agencies, not all of them are resident, and you're correct. So that's why we want to give a heads up, and we are working with them through that process. We have 2 more years to go. We haven't started that process yet.
All right, well, let me tell you what my first impression of this is. When you look at where Topanga is about midway on the chart, all the way to almost to the left, past Big Rock and so forth, those are all burnouts. You're basically taking the front of the property away that they already were touching the roadway. Yeah, look at those. I mean,
Can we go up?
you may be prohibiting people from being able to rebuild their property there.
So a lot of them, if you could see the word TCE, that's for temporary construction easement, just temporarily used doing construction only. We're not taking any property from them, but ask for the right to use the property.
Okay, what does DE and TWCP mean?
That's the drainage easement that I explained earlier. We do have a drainage system through there. Through many years when these property have developed, they extended our drainage system into the property, but they never give us property right
Okay.
through that area.
Now, what's DE stand for?
Easement?
Easement, but that means that the roadway is going to be on that property, correct?
No. So the D stand for drainage easement. That means you have a pipe already currently running through there. So when these property, I don't have the specific for this one, but in the past along PCH, when PCH was built, we do have a cross drainage that drain out to the ocean. When the property starts to develop, they extend our pipe into the property and then let outlet to the ocean. So that's the portion we don't have the right to go in there and maintain. We're just trying to obtain that right.
Okay. I do think, and I see Rob's giving me the huss in there. Rob?
So just looking at the map and looking at just knowing the drainage facilities out there, I think Caltrans is just trying to clear up some of those drainage easements and responsibilities. The drainage pipes are there, and I think they're just missing the piece of legal device to kind of like go in there and do the maintaining and getting in there. So I don't think it's really necessarily taking away property rights or doing anything. The pipe's already there, just cleaning up that right to go in there and access and maintain.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's what I was really after. If we've got issues where we're taking somebody, what used to be their parking area or their driveway, not the case, right?
That's my understanding is that pipe's already there. It just gives Caltrans the right to go in there and do the maintenance, clear it out, make sure there's no problems with the pipe. And eventually the property, if something happens with that pipe there, it gets clogged up or something happens, erosion, this gives Caltrans the ability to go in there and kind of fix that area.
Okay, I think just as a peace of mind, especially for the people that have burnouts, you might want to make sure they know if they're affected by this. You've got it pretty well identified, and I would hope that building and safety or planning can coordinate this so that we don't find somebody that lost their ability to build their house.
Right. So it's just to give you kind of my thought process going through this, we're working through with Caltrans on all this. We did this for the western, or I guess the western part of the project where they're starting earlier. They've gone through all of these easements, calculations and stuff. And I think we narrowed it down to a lot. This is just starting this process, and we'll work with Caltrans to get more refine this and see if we can do to help and make sure we don't get in situations where we're preventing others to kind of redevelop and rebuild. That's important to us. It's important to Caltrans too. And I think it's just us working together to make sure we can kind of proceed forward with that.
Okay, and it sounds like it's benign, but I think if I was rebuilding a house along the beach, I'd want to know about this. So maybe the Rebuild Center or someone can make sure that they've got this list.
That's a great idea.
Okay, all right. Okay. That's all I had.
Bruce?
So I want to go back to the area where the Palisades Malibu fire impacted the highway. I understand that money's already allocated for this project, and this project's been in the works for a long time. But a lot of people outside of government are very frustrated with government bureaucracy. If I've got a house that I plan to do a bunch of maintenance because the house needs maintenance over the years, and I've been saving the money or I've arranged for financing, and then there's a disaster and my foundation needs substantial repair, I'm not going to worry about getting the maintenance done until I put the house in order and make sure it's not going to fall down. So why are you continuing to go down the road of repairing the surface when the surface, below the surface, needs to be repaired first? Because it's not going to matter. I mean, it's been touched upon already. It's not going to matter how well the surface operates if the surface isn't there.
I understand your question and your concern, but we have our geotech out there after the fire. They are doing that analysis and investigation. I just don't have the information to share with you whether there's imminent failure that's come through. I don't think so. But is there a need to fix some of this location? I think there is, but I don't have that information. We'll try to get back to you on those, go back and work with our other team.
Okay, and I would imagine, this is just my non-expert view, I would imagine a lot of the work you're going to do may have to itself be disturbed to shore up the road. So I would hope that you get that done first, not afterwards.
Actually, the pavement rehab project of the roadway is independent of any shoring up of the roadway, which is usually through what we call the wall along the ocean side. They do not need to impact the pavement itself on the roadway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think to Bruce and others' point is, at least for the work for the McClure Tunnel through Cross Creek Road, much of that road is in danger of failing. So it would seem logical that the attention be placed to saving the roadway before you worry about doing maintenance on the roadway. No. So I think that's kind of where this council, I'm going to take a leap that that's where we're thinking, and I think most of our residents would be at also. Now those areas from Cross Creek to the Ventura County line, yes, maybe that maintenance project can continue. But I've got a lot of questions. The intersections where you're teeing up, Malibu Road, the one from Civic Center Way onto PCH and Malibu Road on the other end where it comes on near, between Puerco and Corral Canyon. Those all have runway type on-ramps, so to speak, onto the roadway.
Yes.
But all of those are now being proposed to have T
Yes, we
intersections. So what is the benefit? You're taking a stopped vehicle and having them enter onto a 55 or a 45 mile an hour road from a dead stop, where currently they're allowed to have that ability to kind of get up to speed before they merge in with traffic. So what is the thought process behind that?
The benefit is mainly for the pedestrian and then for pedestrian crossing.
Are we having accidents in those areas with vehicles against pedestrians?
Let me refer back to our traffic safety.
I'm not aware of any, so I find that strange.
If you can respond to that item, I'm sorry. Because that came from a recommendation from our safety office that recommended to tee that up to improve the sight distance and the accident, right?
Sure. Hi, council members. Sam Assad, Transportation Safety Office Chief, Caltrans. So the teeing up of the intersections, the purpose of that is to be able to see better the roadway as far as pedestrian versus vehicles, and also it adds in eliminating the angle conflict points. So as far as that's the teeing part of it, to provide a better way of not having any sort of, like you said, weaving where the car speeds off, whereas more it comes to a stop and then merge safely with the roadway.
So do you have any information or data showing how many accidents have occurred in those spots?
We do have collision history for the entire segment of the PCH.
Right, but you're taking those from a major change from the way they function now to a T intersection.
Yes.
But you're not providing any data about how many accidents are actually occurring because of their current configuration.
We do look at collision history for
Okay,
that.
so could you provide us the data of how many collisions that have
we can share
occurred
that.
there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, the amount of sidewalks that are being proposed, we're designated as a rural community. In our general plan, it's flat out said that they should be discouraged in any way possible. So where there's long areas, what is the proof that a sidewalk is needed there? What benefit? Have you had additional data showing that having sidewalks in that area will prevent any?
So the purpose of providing sidewalks, we have reasons for that. Number one is to provide continuity for pedestrians if there are pedestrians there. Another reason we provide sidewalks is for basically the drainage and the hydraulics of the roadway. And then also we provide sidewalks because it's proven that if folks walk on sidewalk, pedestrians, that is safer. So wherever we try to propose, let's say, an ADA curb ramp, or we would like to have a continuity for the sidewalk, because we just don't put concrete leading to nothing. I understand there is areas that got burned out, and now we can say, hey, why are we doing sidewalks? So the question came about moonshiners, for example. We were providing a sidewalk there, and we're providing a crosswalk. So if for any reason during the design phase of the project, we don't see a reason for a continuity of pedestrians or to provide for a bus stop, folks to get to a bus stop, then we will reconsider that.
I mean, I think I have a different opinion on the location for the Moon Shadows one. There are beach access points, several beach access points. There will be homes that are being rebuilt there. So if there's a bus stop, then there should be safe passage across the roadway. And I know that particular intersection has a history of vehicles and pedestrians and things like that. So my personal opinion is that one should probably still stay in the thing.
Great.
But the sidewalk proposed, say, at Corral Beach, I'm kind of scratching my head on that one because it just seems an illogical area for that, and that it could even impede on access to the beach. The bike lanes, the parking, we still seem to be getting this mantra from the state of California that we need bike lanes in our city, and we're battling against how dangerous our roadway is. And now there's an additional thing where we're going to have a bike lane, then it's going to go away, then it's going to be another segment. There's going to be parking maybe, there may not be. It just seems like we're inviting additional conflicts between all these different users, where we should, I think, be discouraging bike use. It's actually being, you're putting bikes on a freeway. Are you planning on putting bike lanes on the 101?
No.
Are you going to put them on the 405?
No.
So why would our roadway be considered for it when it has more accidents probably per mile than those roadways do?
Okay, we are mandated as Caltrans, the department, to look at all the complete streets aspects of a roadway, which entails bike, pedestrians, and vehicles. So when we are mandated to make it safer for the three modes and transit, of course, the bus stops, we propose those bike lanes. Right now, the bikers are in the roadway already. And it's what we refer to in Caltrans as a type 3, where they share the road, What we're proposing is to provide a class 2 bike lane where at least it's striped, whether it's buffered or just striped without a buffer, but it's a safety enhancement than just sharing the road for a class 3 bike. Now, that being said, I attended here the June 9 meeting, and I heard the ones favoring the bike lanes, ones against the bike lanes. So it depends whom are you talking to on what side of the aisle. And so for the bikers, yeah, we want to be able to ride our bikes there. So again, it's a tough predicament to debate, but it is something that we took we put a lot of thought into, and we had our designers look into that. And we were, as Nancy mentioned, we were constrained by the right-of-way, we were constrained by the parking, so we didn't want to make things a lot harder, so it will take longer to come up with bike lane separation. But as you heard here, also in the June 9, in the feasibility master plan, we were looking at maybe modifying parking, maybe using different type of parking scheme to provide better safety for bike lane. We also looked at having the bikes on one side versus on both sides. So we gave that a lot of consideration, and we understand we're not going to be able to put this to rest here saying, hey, bike lane or no bike lane. So.
Okay. And I find it very interesting that there's legislation to put in bike lanes, but then there's legislation to reduce the speed, but that seems to be ignored by Caltrans.
No, we haven't ignored that. So what you're referring to is Senate Bill 1216 and Senate Bill 960 for complete streets. We never ignored that. We are aware of that. And what we're trying to do here is enhancing safety for bikes, but we're not putting bikes where they are not there already. So that's the big distinction here.
I was talking about speed. So the legislation that exists to
The legislation?
allow for business districts and other residential districts to allow the reduction in speed on the highway. But that seems to be ignored by Caltrans repeatedly.
No, we are not ignoring that. We actually are aware of that, but in order for us to reduce the speed, we have to do the engineering, part of it.
Well, you would think you would need to do the engineering and such for the bike lanes, but that seems to be going through without that aspect of it. So I'm just a little frustrated with this. So we'll move on to conversations.
Okay.
With regards to the dark skies lighting, do we need to do something with regards to our ordinance to allow for street lighting so that we have standards to pick out what type of fixtures we want, what type of kelvins?
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, Councilman Euring, we put in a, was it a year and a half ago or so? We put that traffic signal light with dark sky on Civic Center Way, and went through a lot of input from dark sky community and came up with a standard for that light pole. It's been working really well. And I think we were planning on using that standard for street lights within the city and having a public works standard for that. And so we can apply that to Caltrans. I've been already talking to Caltrans and mentioned that we have this standard, and they're willing to use that same standard for those street lights within Caltrans right away. So that's something that we'll put in as a public works standard street light, and then that can be used that way.
So we don't need to update our ordinance to where it says street lighting is not included in this ordinance, that's something that can just be done by policy?
Right. I think we're fine if we use it as a public works standard and include it in that way. That would be an easy way to do it, because then we have control on kind of when that is.
What about adopting a particular fixture that we want to have a consistent look for the city on any other street lighting? Since we do have the Malibu Lighting District, that would be great to actually utilize to update our fixtures.
If it's a decorative light fixture that you were seeing, I think we should get our commissions and make a recommendation to council what type of fixture that the city wants to see, what type, the actual lighting fixture, the mechanism and everything else is pretty much standard. But if it's a specialized or if it's a decorative light fixture you want, then I think that should come from the commissions and council. What type? Because there's so many. There's so many.
Is that something that this council would like to see? That would you say Public Works Commission?
Yeah.
Start there and then Planning Commission?
Yep.
I'd like to see the options if we have a say.
Yeah. We have consensus.
Yeah, I presume that we can just make requests. This is not, we can't ordinance what they do on PCH.
So our manual, Caltrans manual for guidelines on lighting, we use 200 watts lights on it.
How many kelvins? And what's the color temperature?
I'm sorry?
What's color temperature?
What's the color?
Temperature. 3,000 Kelvin, 4,000 Kelvin, 5,000?
Basically, we use LEDs, 200 watts on it. That's our standard. But
that doesn't tell me what I'm looking for.
I know we don't have that. We don't have our technical person that do that calculation here. 3,000.
3,000?
3,000.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, but on the question of the lighting, also it was mentioned earlier, why are we putting lights? Again, it's based on collision history. We looked at collision history and we met warrants. Our guideline says if we have 4 or more accidents during a consecutive 12-month period due to dark, collisions happened in dark time, or 6 or more collisions during a consecutive 24-month period, then we have to provide lighting. So this met the warrants, these locations that we selected, they met those warrants. Besides, those locations also came on the 130 safety items in the study that was commissioned by the City of Malibu back in 2015. So we're just complying with that study, and we're also making it safer as far as areas that have collision history of dark time.
I think our biggest concern is making sure it complies with our overall goals of our community.
And Rob is correct. That the light we put in on Civic Center, we put a lot of time and effort working with Public Works to figure out what, and it's good. I think it meets the standards we had. So if you're using that as at least a baseline, that gives us a good place to start.
Yeah, and I'll work with them to make sure they have those specs, and we can get that same Kelvin and the same color that we have on Civic Center Way.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you both for the presentation. And it's, I don't envy your job of having to go around to different cities and explain this stuff publicly and take what you take here. So I appreciate your coming here to do this, and I appreciate your answers. On the sidewalk question that Marianne was talking about, the mayor was talking about, I wonder, could you meet us halfway on our rural community and maybe consider DG as opposed to concrete?
DG, okay. We'll take a note of that and go by and talk to the team.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Appreciate
there's a few more.
Appreciate the privilege to present this project.
one more. If I may.
Go ahead.
Sure.
I know earlier you asked if this thing was locked in cement, and you sort of said yes, but I would highly recommend or encourage you to take this plan, present it to the Public Works Commission. I mean, there may be some ideas we can come up with. I mean, for example, I'm looking at that crosswalk that goes from Malibu Canyon down to John. I mean, I live near there. I've never seen anybody walking on that path. So, I mean, I'm not sure why. So there may be something you can learn from talking to Public Works that may make your job a little bit easier and sort of accommodate some of the rural characters the city is still trying to maintain. So if you could do that, I would greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. We work closely with Rob and his team, and Public Works, and we don't mind at all doing that. So
cool.
As much as we love the professionalism of the team, sometimes our Public Works Commission, since they are residents, they might have some other unique solutions that would be good to listen to also. Okay.
Understood.
Did you have anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to commission, committee, and city manager updates. Do we have any commission or committee updates?
Yes, we have 2 commission updates.
Okay. First one is Scott Dietrich, followed by Pamela Connolly-Ulick.
Hello again, Council. From Public Works, at our last meeting, we had a detailed presentation on the Big Rock landslide because we were considering what happened from the fire and should the contract with Ye and Associates be renewed. Tatiana did an excellent job. We saw the whole historical perspective. And the reason I bring this up is there seems to be a little bit of confusion about that landslide there. It is not an active landslide. It's on pause. As long as we continue the dewatering and the hydrangeas, Big Rock is not moving, like 0.1 inches lately and going back for many years. So in any considerations of rebuilds that are going to occur in Big Rock, please, we all have to stop using the phrase active slide. I know there was a report by, I won't even say who, by a geologist who lives there who was trying to prevent some building, but that was a visual report. Ye and Associates has the detailed data that shows that slide has stopped dead in its track, not active landslide. So in any considerations of rebuilding there, that impacts the building. That impacts the geotechnical things that they must do. So not an active slide. So please, let's not call it an active slide anymore. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Pamela?
Thanks for your time and your energy, all of you in the Caltrans and all the neighbors that are here. I'm speaking on behalf of the Arts Commission. I'm going to quote one of our residents, Linda Ronstadt, our former resident. Art is for healing ourselves, and everybody needs their own personal art to heal up their problems. So in the Arts Commission, we just had a report by 2 of our commissioners that they were not on board with the Performing Arts Center, the one 20,000 square feet. And nevertheless, the Arts Commission is going to get community input, and the meeting is going to be July 30th at 6 p.m. So I hope everyone out there in the community can participate and give us your ideas so we can come back to you as soon as possible with that. We are also voted in March to try and do a year of love, hope, and healing events and coordinate with our stakeholders and neighbors and arts associations. To that end, we've been working with stakeholders to see if it would be possible to help coordinate with the city of Malibu, since we're not having the chili cook-off, some type of an event that would help
love hope and healing. And one of the ideas was to use Legacy Park possibly with the Malibu Arts Association, and also work with all the other stakeholders in the area, the Michael Koss people, the other Veritas Yoga, et cetera. So to promote not just the art, but also the local businesses, the mom and pop shops. So we're going to ask you to maybe consider that. We have a meeting tomorrow at 9:30. So I look forward to getting your feedback on that. Maybe it's a different date. On September 6th, I believe the following Saturday is the Public Safety Fair. Maybe there's a way we can include an art element, but we really need 3 of the 5 of you to vote on this, because it's already June. Before we know it, it will be another year. It's been 6 months since the fire. And I hope that you can bring this item back and discuss it and help us help the community. And thanks again for your time.
Pam,
Okay.
a quick one, Pamela?
Yeah.
Just, and I have had some conversation with some of the Arts Commission. And I know you're trying to build some buildings either for the whatever, there was one planned on the piece of property up by La Paz Shopping Center. La Paz Shopping Center is empty. And if I had a guess, it's going to be empty for quite a while, all right? I mean, have you guys considered maybe finding some ways to use some of the buildings they have there? I mean, they're there.
That would be a great idea. I think we should definitely try and do that. And maybe we could even use that spot where it's the city, parcel C, to do.
I'm just saying, as opposed to building more stuff, there's stuff this guy's, again, I'm not in the retail business, but if I had a guess, I wouldn't be investing in that if my life depended on it. So finding a way to use some of the stuff that's already there may be helpful.
If you guys could vote on that and it came from the city, I bet you we could do something there. And I think that's a great idea because it's empty.
Well, I think the commercial property owner has their own business plan for their business areas. So we'll see about Lot C as it comes forward. So,
but for example, the city could say, look, we're doing this event with Art Walk, and they could help.
City Manager?
Hi, good evening. I have a number of announcements to make this evening. On Wednesday, June 18th, Governor Newsom issued an emergency proclamation to help Malibu recover from the December 2024 Franklin fire. The emergency proclamation authorizes the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, to provide assistance to the City of Malibu under the California Disaster Assistance Act. And this will trigger insurance and tax benefits for property owners whose homes were destroyed or damaged by the Franklin fire. So we are grateful to the Governor, Assembly Member Jackie Irwin, California Senator Ben Allen, and LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for their advocacy in making this happen. On Friday, June the 20th, I had the opportunity to attend the Blue Ribbon Commission on Climate Action and Fire Safe Recovery, convened by Supervisor Lindsay Horvath in partnership with UCLA, along with Mayor Riggins and Council Members Stewart and Conrad, as well as the Interim Deputy Manager Rojas. We listened to the final recommendations and action plans for the resilient and sustainable rebuilding of Los Angeles. And so this is the Blue Ribbon Commission plan. And the presentation took place in downtown LA. The 2 primary recommendations from the commission will be discussed later this evening, but were first to establish a resilient rebuilding authority with financing powers and tools to accelerate the pace and reduce the cost of rebuilding for returning residents, including homeowners, renters, and small businesses. And second, to create a fire control district with permanent funding for regional fire mitigation activities, including buffer zones and retrofitting. And you can access this Commission's report at www.labrcommission.org. And again, we'll be discussing some of these matters later this evening. From our Community Development Department, Malibu is proud to join a groundbreaking regional partnership with state and philanthropic organizations, including LA Rise's Steadfast LA and Southern California Grantmakers, to roll out a new digital platform designed to support communities in the rebuilding process. As part of this collaborative effort, we will work closely with LA County, the City of Los Angeles, and technology partner Archistar. And once completed, the platform will allow residents and applicants to check whether their proposals comply with local zoning laws, helping them avoid costly delays and resubmittals. So city staff are currently partnering with Archistar to conduct extensive programming and testing to ensure that the tool is accurate, user-friendly, and ready for public use. Also, from our Community Development Department, effective Monday, June the 30th, the public counter hours for planning, building safety, and environmental health will be updated. The new hours of operation will be Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. This change is being implemented to better serve our community and provide increased access to city services throughout the week. And I'd also like to extend a large and huge congratulations again to Director Yolanda Bundy and her team. Malibu has earned a prestigious environmental award for construction and demolition recycling program. And Malibu has earned this prestigious award from the California Resource Recovery Association for its construction and demolition program, and the award honors organizations that excel in reducing, reusing, or recycling construction debris and highlights Malibu's ongoing leadership in environmental sustainability. Congratulations to you. We continue to meet with Abe Roy, our designated rebuild ambassador, to consider and clarify many of the residents' rebuilding inquiries. Richard Rojas and I had the opportunity to tour several fire-damaged sites with Abe last week, and will continue to do so to better understand the complexities of rebuilding that our residents are facing. In addition, I'll just give you a few metrics from the single family residence rebuild status. Currently in planning, there are 40 applications pending planning review, 5 reviews issued, 2 complete determinations, 25 applications have been approved. With building safety plan check, 3 projects are in building plan check, and currently no SFR rebuild permits have been issued. In the area of public safety, in May, the city installed 12 automated license plate reading cameras in partnership with LA County Sheriff's Department. And the cameras were strategically placed to cover primary entries and exits from the city, including at the perimeters of the recent wildfires. So the ALPR systems offer LASD, the Sheriff's Department, an additional enforcement tool to address theft, property crimes, and other public safety and crime issues in Malibu by helping to identify suspects in fleeing vehicles, stolen vehicles, suspects with outstanding warrants, and more. On May 24th, the city began operating a temporary day-use impound yard at the Malibu High School parking lot on Morningview Drive to address illegal parking during the busy summer season. The impound yard will continue to be used on weekends and holidays through summer for the temporary storage of vehicles that are towed for illegal parking or posing a public safety hazard in Malibu. And as part of our after-action review of emergency operations during the Franklin and Palisades fires, the city has hired Witt O'Brien's LLC to conduct an independent after-action review of the city's emergency operations during the Franklin and Palisades fires, which is a standard practice following major emergency incidents. The consultant will conduct numerous meetings with staff, stakeholders, and the community to receive input on how the city's Emergency Operations Center functioned, the effectiveness of emergency alerts and general communication with the community, communication and coordination with key stakeholders, and the effectiveness of internal communication. So I encourage you all to take the survey found in the city manager's newsletter, which was just issued last week. Southern California Edison announced last week that due to their efforts to improve safety and service, they are anticipating an increase in public safety power shutoff events, or PSPS events. These are expected to increase in number and duration. Unfortunately, We encourage everyone to sign up for the alerts at sce.com/PSPS alerts. On good news, a total of 15 students recently completed the 21-hour CERT training course hosted by the Malibu CERT team in conjunction with the city's public safety department. Volunteers are trained in basic first aid, fire suppression, and search and rescue so that they can provide emergency assistance to their neighbors. And you can learn more about this program at www.malibucity.org/CERT, C-E-R-T. And you can also take the time this summer for brush clearance. You can contact our fire safety liaisons at firesafety@malibucity.org for guidance on property brush clearance. Fire season is looming ahead. It's also time to schedule your free home wildfire assessment. You can do that at www.malibucity.org/firesafety. And more from the fire safety front, when firefighters are trying to locate a fire hydrant in low visibility, they rely on blue reflective dots placed in the street adjacent to your fire hydrants. So these generally get worn down and damaged and often do not get reinstalled. So if you are looking to replace this in your neighborhood or your particular area in Malibu, please contact the fire safety liaison, Gabe Echeverry, and that's GETCHEVERRY @malibucity.org. On another note, switching to another gear, Coverage 6 continues their patrols throughout the fire-damaged areas of Malibu and continue to receive good marks for their commitment and also their dedication over the weekends and throughout the week. For community services, I'd like to once again ask all parents and make sure that you enroll your kids into the Community Services Department 8 weeks of summer day camps. Kids ages 6 through 14 can enjoy a wide range of excellent camps to enjoy the summer, sports, music, and dance to yoga and karate. You know you want them out the house. So the pre-registration is required. Go to malibucity.org/day camps. Other announcements in celebration of Pride Month, we are proud to display the Pride flag at City Hall. And this symbolic gesture represents our community's commitment to celebrating diversity, promoting equality, and fostering an inclusive environment where all residents feel welcome and valued. By flying the Pride flag, the City of Malibu reaffirms our dedication to creating a safe, respectful community that embraces the rich diversity that makes our city stronger. Upcoming events on June 24th, the Malibu Arts Commission regular meeting will take place at City Hall at 9:30 a.m. On June 25th, the Environmental Review Board meeting is virtual at 9 a.m. Public Works Commission meeting is at City Hall at 3:30 p.m. And on a more somber note, there will be a ghost hire memorial service for Eddie Buddy Rivera IV to honor his life and call attention to the need for safety improvements on PCH. On January 26th, at just 26 years old, Eddie tragically lost his life on PCH while returning home after working long hours assisting with the fire recovery efforts in Pacific Palisades. So please join our safe families, safe staff, and Eddie's family and friends on Saturday, June 28th at 11 a.m. The location of the event is Point Mugu Park, Sycamore Cove, 9000 Pacific Coast Highway. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Soderlund.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'll jump right into it. On Sunday, June 15th, there was an attempted murder at Zuma Beach. 2 homeless individuals, one male, one female, were on the sand near Tower 5. An argument ensued, which turned physical. The male started strangling the female repeatedly on the sand. Two bystanders interceded and stopped the assault. The suspect walked away. Deputies responded swiftly and located him in the parking lot at Zuma Beach and were able to take him to custody. He was arrested and the DA filed attempted murder charges on him. Fortunately, the victim was not seriously hurt, so kudos to the Good Samaritans that interceded and helped her out in her time of need. Last Thursday, on June 19th, there was an attempted robbery at the 22700 block of Pacific Coast Highway. A female who was homeless attempted to take a wetsuit from one of the businesses. The shop owner took the wetsuit back, and the suspect assaulted the owner. The suspect fled on foot, and a Malibu volunteer on patrol heard the crime broadcast that the deputies put out, and they were very observant, and they located the suspect near the Malibu Lagoon. The deputies responded to the Malibu volunteers' call for help for the robbery suspect, and were able to take her into custody. So she was also charged with attempted robbery, and the DA filed that. Looking forward, next week is Independence Day and July 4th weekend. So there are a couple different things going on. There's the Point Doom Parade, which the volunteers on patrol and the CERT team are going to be helping out with to ensure that's a safe event. Also, our beach team is going full-time starting next week, so there'll be extra deputies on ATVs, there'll be deputies on motorcycles, there'll be deputies on horseback, there'll be our sheriff's helicopter will be out. So we're gearing up for summer, which is going to be in full swing. Finally, on a sad note, Parker, if you have that, tragically this morning, LAPD Sergeant Xiao Dang was killed this morning on the 405 freeway. He was attempting to help some crash victims on the 405 freeway and was hit and killed by a vehicle. He was a 27-year veteran of the LAPD. So it's just another reminder of how dangerous our jobs are. So keep his family in your prayers. That's all I have. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the sergeant?
Be safe out there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Communication from the public? Do we have any speakers online?
There's one raised hand.
Okay, no additional raised hands. Our first speaker will be Ann Payne, followed by Ella Stabile? Stabile? Okay. Ann, you're first. Come on up. And then Ann Kay is behind Ella.
Okay. I hope to be quick because the only fundraiser to help people that were involved in fire losses that I know of in Malibu evolved from a man named Joe Rosum. I've been putting posters like this out wherever possible. The stores have been great about putting it up, and in the library and so forth, and the Senior Citizen Center here. Joe Rosum plays professional piano. He's a pianist and is known in the community. He has worked for Our Lady of Malibu Church and also has worked at Herb Alpert's dinner theater called Vibrato. And because of his professional involvement here in Malibu, Pepperdine, for the first time that I know of, has offered to allow the people in this poster, Joe and the people listed are 5 friends of his who are going to do a concert on Sunday next, which is the 4th of July weekend, but Sunday at 5 o'clock at Smothers Theater. And I really hope everybody thanks Pepperdine. This is a first that I've seen as a Crest Board member. I'm very proud that they wanted to do this because some of the music professors there knew of Joe, and the money will go back through Our Lady of Malibu because as that private school it has lost a lot of students, as have all the schools. And when administrators in a school begin seeing that students can't get to school because there's no car, there's no house, or things have happened to the child, then schools go down in their enrollment, and it's a tragedy for the community. So I'm really proud of these people. Joe doesn't live here, he works here. And all of his friends that are listed on the posters are willing to give their time, and Pepperdine saw that and stepped up to the plate. So I'm happy your mayor, Marianne, is going to be welcoming people on Sunday night at 5 o'clock at Smothers Theater, along with Dr. Jim Gash, who is the president of Pepperdine. And I think we should give them a big applause for that, because it's important to have a place in the community. As nice as it is that you do shout outs and things online, or, you know, on Zoom and so forth, it's kind of nice to do some things in person. So if you have a particular group other than the ones that you've already honored that needed to be involved, the concert is called A Concert of Story and Song, celebrating a new dawn. I hear that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to cut you off.
But anyway,
So
I forgot to give the title, and I think that's
okay.
important.
So June 29th
Anyway, you're all
at 5
invited.
p.m.
Pardon me?
Thank you, Ann.
And you can go on the website.
Okay, Ann, I'm sorry, I have to be harsh.
I know.
I apologize.
You can get tickets from the box office.
There's Ella, please come up. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Riggins, Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ella Stabile, and I'm an upcoming 12th grader, as well as our upcoming senior class president at Malibu High School. I was previously Malibu High's student board representative. At the last City Council meeting, the high school vandalism incident was raised. I would first like to apologize on behalf of the students at Malibu that are against the actions that took place earlier this month at this school. I do not believe that it is necessary to sum up the situation, as we already know what occurred. Senior pranks have been a tradition at Malibu High for many years, with examples being stacking tables or a 30-foot inflatable rubber duck. Overall, this tradition is meant to be a lighthearted prank as seniors' final goodbye. Contrary to what is being told, the acts of vandalism were led and executed by a portion of the student body that is not associated with the rest of the students. Students and staff were shocked by the incident and upset seeing the damage and disrespect done. We all take pride in our school being a small but powerful community filled with virtuous and honorable kids. Our school endured a challenging situation, but we are focused on change. Mr. Almeida and Ms. Johnson have taken immediate action towards this matter. They communicated with students individually and gathered student participation when cleaning our school. Our school's admin has made it very clear to students that this matter is serious and consequences have started to be felt. As the next senior class president, I will be taking all matters necessary in order to prevent something of this sort from happening again this following school year. I would love the help of Council Member Conrad to work with the students and I on creating a creative senior prank that is lighthearted and funny without harmful effects. I'm looking forward to next year being a new start for seniors as we flip the page. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you coming in and addressing the issue. And yeah, I'm sure that
I would
this
love
year
to.
can come up with some fun, non-damaging pranks. So.
Can I say something? I'm really proud of you coming up here. I don't know you, and I'm really grateful that you took the time to come down to our meeting to tell us that. I was sad, but that happened, but I also understand. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of Malibu, and that really helped me think about I have some good ideas. So let's do this.
Amazing. Thank you. I'll reach out.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good luck. And Kay, followed by Joe Drummond, followed by Victoria Falcon Dill.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Ann, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. And this, what I'm displaying here is a copy of an email that I sent the City of Malibu Incorporated, including I copied Halen. We were talking. So in this email, it describes my funding of a pool system for the video and audio to be shared with the entire greater Los Angeles national media that we would install here, making the meetings available without the city having over control of it in terms of how we get the feed, how we get the audio, because we've had these problems. They've been ongoing. So originally this email went to KBBU, who did not respond. Hans did not respond. Maybe he'll respond now. And what we wanted to do is set up a collective of all three media representations, the Malibu Times, KBUU, and SayRabbit.com. So once again, that's SayRabbit.com. There you'll find news and information, videos, and exclusive stories. One of them dealing with the homeless that the sheriff just talked about. And we have a lot of stories there that you will not see in the Malibu Times. We have submitted stories to them, by the way. We submitted one on the gay flag, or pride flag, whatever they call it. And we did a whole story on that. That took a few days, and we appreciate the city working with us. So we're prepared to fund this approximately, I think we're thinking about, it shouldn't exceed $72,000. So I'm prepared to provide all the necessary equipment free of charge to the city using their contractor at a reasonable rate. Now, obviously we have the engineering skill to do it ourselves, and we would prefer to do it. In doing this, we will provide a uninterrupted feed to the public on a nationwide, worldwide basis, and will be suitable to be viewed by children, which currently the city restricts likes, dislikes, and comments on their city council meetings, something we will change 100%. You will be able to watch our version with likes, dislikes, and real-time comments. Now, we could do that right now. We could put a camera in here right now and do it. But we would prefer that the city provide their camera system, which the taxpayers have already funded the public, and the audio system as well. Otherwise, we can bring a camera in here and do the exact same thing. So, and, you know, I think we'd have a lot of interest because Malibu City Council is a pretty nice title for a series. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Drummond, followed by Victoria, followed by Roxanne.
So I humbly ask the council to take stronger steps to protect the integrity of public dialogue during city meetings and to continue supporting those in the community, especially fire survivors who are now 1/3 of our community who are still recovering from devastating loss. I fully support the First Amendment and the importance of open civic participation, but that freedom does not extend to knowingly false and defamatory statements. Again, and most recently, I am a private citizen and a fire victim, along with some of you, have been the target of anonymous attacks in city forums and misleading mailers. These claims are untrue and deeply painful, especially given what my family and I have endured. We lost our home and most everything in it in the Palisades fire, and it has taken a great effort to rebuild emotionally and otherwise. After losing so much, I've done my best to stay engaged and support others in the community, especially fellow fire victims of all backgrounds. Some of my Malibu Fire Rebuild Task Force members will be announcing a webinar in-person workshop on rebuilding that we are hosting on July 10th, for example. It's especially disheartening to see these efforts undermined by anonymous attacks made without any accountability. As I speak as an individual at meetings in person and sign my name to my words, I find it unacceptable that anonymous individuals are allowed to make false accusations without consequence. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated that there is no constitutional value in false statements of fact. This is not about silencing differing views. It's about maintaining a respectful and truthful civic space where people can engage without the fear of slander or harassment. Just as the council has discouraged applause, booing, or interruptions in order to preserve respectful discourse, it's necessary to take a stance against this. A brief verbal reminder is not enough. Instead, I ask the mayor, the city attorney, and the city manager to intervene promptly to shut down defamatory or false personal attacks during public comment. Allowing such remarks to continue unchecked sends a message that is divisive rather than united, harms individuals, and undermines the integrity of civic process. Participating via Zoom is a privilege that broadens access to civic engagements. Verifying Malibu residency and appearing on camera would align virtual participation with in-person standards and promote a more respectful and transparent environment. And if someone slanders someone, then they can be contacted by victims to cease and desist. Right now, this is a right that victims have that cannot be enforced without this public, non-anonymous participation. Malibu is a small, close-knit town. Most of us care deeply about this community and want to engage constructively, even when we disagree. I hope we can continue striving to uphold the principles of justice and unity in how we treat one another and conduct our public discourse. And I hope that if someone tried to discuss something that was previously discussed in closed session, that they can also be shut down. I greatly appreciate the public comment by the senior representative from Malibu High. This is the type of participation we should be encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria, followed by Roxanne, followed by Wade Major.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
My name's Tori Franklin. I was born at Santa Monica Hospital and came home in 1951 to one of the first houses on Cliffside Drive. It's being torn down now to be replaced by an 8,000 square foot home for sale. I have been with my family in a home since 1956 above the Louis Bush Realty office and Tremato's Pizza. I lost that house on the morning of January 8th. I almost didn't get out myself. I was asleep in a rocking chair. I came home from my teaching job in Nevada in 2017, a retired teacher on a $1,700 a month pension, period. I'm living in a home I owned outright. It is gone now. And the wraparound insurance found a way after 22 years of insuring to cancel. And we have just California Fair Plan, and we're spending our first $100,000 of what should have been rebuilding our house on geology and allowing a pumping company to dig up our driveway and property to confirm that we had a good septic system. This is ridiculous in many ways for me to see how much money we're going to have to spend before we finally have to decide that we probably can't do it. I'm very sad about that, and I'm standing here to you tonight to tell you how wonderful it is to have the Rebuild Center and how helpful Lauren and the firemen have been with helping us try to figure out ways around some of the massive requirements. The most recent one from Eli Plumbing was $2,300 to put a 24-inch access to our system, which, by the way, is right in front of where the front door should go. This is a very difficult time to attempt to do this. And so I'm asking the council to think about any kind of fee wavering you can do to help those of us that are, it's just insurmountable. Less than $1 million total insurance money is what we have to work with. And I'm already at over $20,000 just in 2 tests, and we haven't even done geology yet. Thank you very much. Please think about fee waivers for all of us.
Hi, my name is Roxanne Franklin White. I'm Tori's sister.
so similar situation. What I'm most concerned about, beyond exactly what she's talking about, of how much help so many people need to be able to rebuild their homes. We're not going to have a community like we had if we don't get help, because they're just, you know, someone said the other night when we were here that Malibu has a PR problem because everybody thinks that we're billionaires out here, and we aren't. Anyways, beyond that, I just want more transparency. It's been 6 months since this fire, and nobody's telling us, are you going to waive the permit fees or not waive the permit fees? Are you going to help us get in, you know, send someone to Sacramento and tell the governor that he's got to lighten up some of the, you know, code requirements for rebuilding for people in this disaster, or not? I mean, I've been to a couple of these meetings and we talked about this, you know, how we thank staff for doing their job, and it is their job to put everything to code. But we shouldn't be treated exactly the way that somebody who walks in who wants to tear down their house and is going to build a whole different house. You know, we're trying to do like for like, a lot of us, and like for like should mean, you know, that we all of a sudden don't have to, you know, have all the exact code up requirements and upgrades, because it's impossible. Those are things that are not even line items on our insurance that was very limited in the first place. I mean, they were giving us $300 a square foot to rebuild our homes. And these fees that are just infrastructure things are on top, I mean, before we even begin dealing with the $300 square foot to build the house. And it's just like, you know, we meet with people in the rebuild and they say, well, you know, the city council people, they just don't necessarily, they don't hear it enough that people need help. But where's the report saying somebody's been talking to someone in Sacramento? I know I sat at a meeting where Bruce brought it up and said, thank you, staff, for doing your job, but we need to really think about having someone be talking to Sacramento to help us, you know, either grandfather in these things that you can, you know, I mean, my house was fine the day before the fire. My septic tank was fine. My driveway was fine. My water, you know, pressure was fine, at least since last year when we had to do our test flow.
Thank you.
So it's hard. And help.
Steve, do you want?
There you go.
Well, no, I mean, we still have more public speakers,
Oh, yeah.
so.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Please stay for the full meeting to hear council comments. Some people like to leave early, but if you could stay, I'm sure some of us will address some questions. Hi, Wade.
So to their point, this is why we need the SBA loans. And I'm going to talk to Corey later. I talked to him on the way out, just to clarify some points that I think might not be clear. SBA is a cash flow lender. That means that, as you all brought up, there are people who don't necessarily qualify. If you're a musician, if you're a movie producer, if you're a realtor, if you're somebody who earned money off of something 3 years ago and you haven't worked because you're preparing a new album or a new film or you're selling a new property, whatever the case is, and you have a lot of deductions and you deliberately use those to bring your taxes down so you don't show any income, SBA turns you down. And a lot of those are people who need these loans the most. So it's important that we lobby the elected officials at the federal level to change those rules, to loosen them up so that people who have great credit and maybe money in the bank and who do work on a longer timetable and who don't have a corner drugstore, so that they are eligible. That needs to happen, especially for this community. Super important. If you get a personal loan for $500,000, you can increase that by 20% if you put that extra 20% toward fire hardening your home. If you're a business, there's $500,000 of that $2 million that is available to fire harden your property. If you're looking at people who have home businesses and you multiply this across the 750 properties, we're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars that could be available to fire harden this community. So the more we make this community eligible for those SBA loans, we have a huge chunk of that money that's going to go to make us more resilient in the future. So that is absolutely critical. Then lastly, I just want to touch on a couple of things related to the Caltrans issue. I agree with everything that Scott and Ryan said. They need to present to the commission. We've seen Caltrans presentations to Public Works before. We'll always welcome them. I don't know why they've resisted it this time. They seem to have deliberately tried to go around us. Specifically to the point of the Class 2 bike lanes, I get very tired of them saying it's required by law. It is not. The law says where feasible. We have a dispute over feasibility. I don't think anyone in Malibu believes that Class 2 bike lanes are feasible on a highway where people regularly die. This doesn't make sense. I will say specifically, those light lanes, when you are northbound PCH, I know people who've been hit as bikers on PCH, and I know people who have hit cyclists. One of my closest friends once hit a cyclist. Not because he's a bad driver, not because he was speeding. Came around a bend, it was about 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, and the glare of the setting sun hit him in the eyes. And it was just the wrong moment, and the cyclist was in the wrong spot. I can count between Topanga and Webway, between Topanga and Carbon, I can count about 5 spots where when the sun is setting, you come around a bend and you're blinded. Caltrans doesn't study that.
Thank you, Wade.
Thanks.
Scott, followed by Ryan Embry.
Good evening again. First, the good news. I was driving Sunday afternoon, 3 o'clock, past Malibu Seafood. The line was the longest I'd ever seen it. And I talked to them maybe a month and a half ago. They said they were down by 80%. So a real good sign the highway's open. Okay, this anonymous letter and email that's going out just ripping apart Bruce and Steve and John Mazza. You don't have to agree with them on all the issues, but they say they're dominating the council. Well, let's see, I can count 1, 2, there's 5 of you, that's not a majority. These people are lying and it's real ugly. And as Joe said, they're sometimes calling in and that's wrong and we need to cut them off. I don't care, they shouldn't attack anyone on the council personally, any of our staff, ever. Okay, as I've been talking to my neighbors, what I keep hearing about rebuilding, people whose homes burned, over and over and over, it's coming up that they're battling with insurance. Fair Plan's worse, the other companies are only terrible. People are so devastated just going through the process. I'm going through the process and my house didn't even burn. It has lead damage. We can't live there. You get sick going in. It's not a good situation. And it's so frustrating. 6 months later, and so after all of this, then people have to go through the rebuild process. Yeah, we've got 40 people in. These are the smart ones. These are the technically aware people who know, maybe they're builders or developers, or they know something about building. There's so many other people that don't even know where to start. And we need help. And one of the things, I think the only thing that's going to make a difference is if we can get the governor. And Jackie Irwin said she'll help. She'll go directly to the governor. If she got a letter from council saying, look, what we need is a relaxation. Recognize that these homes need to be re-permitted like for like. We're only talking like for like. And these homes need a specific thing that you can provide. They need to be called rebuilds, not new construction, and perhaps somehow we grandfather them in. Thank you.
Ryan?
Yes, on the last part, I think you should call it reconstruction. I wanted to still bring your attention to something I'd previously mentioned that doesn't seem to have gotten much traction, and that is that the water main under Pacific Coast Highway is aged out. and it's too small in diameter, doesn't have enough flow. And this is going to be important for whatever next fire does occur if it lasts that long. And it needs to be incorporated into the undergrounding and feasibility of various utility reconstruction in this city. And our city needs to hire an engineering firm with expertise in this specialty to report to you, the city council, and not hide behind Edison. Edison will put in the shortest trench or the easiest or cheapest thing they can think of. That's not necessarily in the city's best interest. I also wanted to say during the last Planning Commission meeting, there was a Southern California Edison outage in Western Malibu. It affected ability for people to participate and see the meeting. And recent developments with Edison proclaimed that they're going to turn off the power even more frequently under their PSPS program. Well, that program began in 2018, I think, at a meeting, King Gillette Ranch, I attended. It was supposed to be a temporary program. They were supposed to harden their network, and that was 7 years ago. They've had 7 years to do that, and they've not accomplished much of what they stated they were going to do. So I would suggest you engage your lobbyist, which I think you just renewed their contract for, to lobby for that purpose and for an exemption from bike lanes on Pacific Coast Highway as well. But we don't need to be doing that now, and probably shouldn't be really doing it at all. We have the evidence, and I mentioned that study that was independent, sound engineering judgment funded by the Southern California Association of Governments, and everything in that study is the same. PCH has not changed, it's just as wide as it was. All the intersections are basically the same. At that meeting where you had your last meeting where you had the crank callers, as I'd call them, they should have been precluded from addressing an item that was not on the agenda at that time. Please keep that in mind. I've spoken to you about that. I sent you a memo. The item was to be heard at 4 p.m. It was on the same agenda. It was not eligible for their comment. And then we heard the second caller get into it all as well. So that's the way to shut that down. I would urge you to reallocate some of your funding from the revenue from utility users fee, which I sent you another memo about, to establishing a communications and technology commission to help solve some of these problems. Also on the lighting district.
Thank you, Ryan.
I'll submit to you in writing. Thank you.
And our one virtual speaker, are they still there?
Darren Graves.
Hey, Darren, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I sent a slide to Malibu City Council on Friday for this item 4A. Did they have it?
They are,
thank you.
we've got says excerpt definition BB from local agency management plan.
That's correct. Okay. So if you take a moment to look at this, you will see, I think it was on page 300 something in the local area management plan adopted by Water District 29 in the city of Malibu in May of 2018. There's a definition for what is new construction versus what is not considered new construction. And I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in the LAMP. I've only read it once. But I will affirm that I am an expert in building code and how it's written. And definitions in building code basically dictate how to utilize the code in certain situations in terms of how to design rooms, buildings, or in this case, a septic or plumbing system. And the underlying portion says that new construction shall not include replacement or repair of an existing building that has been totally or partially destroyed or demolished, provided that there's no increase in design flow, no increase in the design flow above the existing approved capacity to any system, et cetera. My reading of this means that there should be no forced upgrade to AOWTS for any property in Malibu that has been destroyed as a result of the Palisades fire, Franklin fire, or Woolsey fire. I don't know why Water District 29 took the opinion that they could try to force an upgrade to AOWTS depending on where your house is. But if you're on the coast, up on a mesa, or in a canyon, this definition clearly says that you don't need to upgrade and you can actually repair the existing septic system and rebuild your building, provided you're not adding any plumbing fixtures. So I would say that unless the water district chooses to redraft the LAMP, we should be holding them to this definition and allowing those who are trying to rebuild in kind to do so while using their existing septic systems. Then on another note, alluding to what Joe mentioned earlier and Scott Dittrich, I think, mentioned earlier, on July 10th, between 5 and 7 p.m. in the Malibu Library, the Malibu Rebuilds Task Force is hosting an open community forum for the purposes of educating the public at large about the right steps and strategies to take for rebuilding and fire hardening their forthcoming properties. It's free of charge. There will be food and community gathering and a question and answer forum. So we encourage everybody to show up and participate. And then finally, regarding Caltrans and their bike paths, I've spoken about this before. I think there's no need to install painted or separated bike paths on either side of PCH. I think it's perfect the way it is, and Caltrans should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Okay, that'll conclude public comment. Back up here to the council. You want to go first, Steve?
Okay, first to the ladies. We did vote to waive permit fees.
Not yet. It's still coming back.
You directed staff to return with the ordinance, but everyone was in favor of it.
It's coming back, and we will vote
coming back
for
on
that.
consent.
The story you told us is the same story I've heard over and over again. If there is some way for us to get to the governor to get him to change some of the rules to make it easier, I will jump on that with both feet. Okay, I just personally I don't know how to do that. Maybe we got to get the council to spend some time figuring that out. But I understand, and you're not going to be alone. I believe there are a number of people that I hear from all the time that are also struggling with insurance, with all the cost of getting this stuff done. So, I wish I had a bullet I could give you tonight and solve it for you. Let's see if we can do something up here to make your life a little bit easier. So I do listen. Southern California Edison. I got a call from them that talked about the fact that they're going to increase their PSPSs. I think that puts some burden on the city. Three things. One, PSPSs, street lights go out, the traffic lights, and that's dangerous. All right. Now, I know we've had generators the city bought. As I recall, it's been a while since I've looked into this. There was some battle where if the city puts up the generators, Caltrans is not responsible for what happens. I don't know what, but we got to find a way to keep those lights running, because if we don't, I get calls from people who almost got the head of the VOPs and Chris Frost were standing in front of Paradise Cove and almost got run over because some car was coming down without the traffic lights working. So we got to figure out a way to do that. Same thing with the cell towers. Power goes out, cell towers die. And my concern there is if your power's out, you got no cell phone, you have no idea what's going on. All right, and that is another dangerous situation, and it's especially dangerous for some of the elderly in the city. And I wish Southern California Edison were here. Whether they are willing to help us put some, let's identify who those people may be. Whether we can get them to help us put a generator in that house so that person will have some electricity if something goes wrong. Or at the very least, the city should get a list of where those homes are. It's just, the world has changed. When I was growing up, we knew who everybody was on our street. We knew how old they were. We knew if they had any problems. And if something happened, somebody was always there next to them to try and help them out. I don't know, it may happen here, but some of the stories I've heard, it's not an occurrence that happens all the time. So we got to figure out some way to take care of some of these folks in these power shutoffs. So we need the traffic lights lined up. We need to get the cell towers working, and we got to find some way to make sure that we've got some visibility of the people who are living in some of these areas that need some help in case some of this stuff takes place. So I'll do whatever I can to try and make that happen. Second thing, I got some calls this week from people that are trying to rebuild their houses, and the workers aren't showing up. Okay? And there was a big article in the newspaper today in Altadena. They got the same problem going on there. I went over to Ralph's the other day, talked to the people who are working there, and the Hispanics that typically came in at lunchtime to buy food, they're not showing up. There's nobody there. I look down, I live above the Civic Center, and look down at the Labor Exchange, there's nobody there, all right? So I don't care if you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're a communist, I don't care what the hell you are. I suggest you get together and start petitioning the governor. He's got to continue to fight to get this thing stopped, because this is just going to destroy our economy. It's going to seriously impact the people who are going to try and rebuild, and this is not something we want to have happen. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
I'll piggyback. I'll
Okay.
take it. Thanks. This directly relates to you, Steve. So regarding the PSPS and the seniors, I've been working on a kind of my own little task force for seniors and medically vulnerable. We've called it Betty's Buddies after Betty O'Mara. We do have a working list, and we're kind of, it's loose. It's, we've tried to tap into the senior center here, but it's in progress. We've talked to the county about it on how to support our vulnerable population here. So I would love to work with you on that if you'd like. Yeah, we're pretty far into it. I'm excited. We've been working with CERT and Arson Watch and VOPs and things like that. So I do believe that with PSPS coming, we know it's coming, we could have relief centers. And at these relief centers, that are community centers, where people know where to go to get the evacuation plans, to get the dry ice, like we've talked about, to kind of, if people are nervous, they can come get information, plug in their cell phones, there's Wi-Fi. We need to support the residents further than them going to Pavilions or Ralph's. And I would also say, yes, more information's coming. Sorry for the delay to the two ladies here. I met you, I think, at the Monday meeting, at the after action plan. So I'm glad to see you here again. I also wanted to comment on, I don't know if council feels the need to reinstate the public works. No, it's the commission or communications commission, where there's a group, a working group. We used to have it, but I think with all the PSPS and telecommunications, it might be a good idea to do something like that. I would also like to get council consensus to support requiring Zoom participants to enable their cameras when speaking during public meetings, as these are public forums, and transparency and accountability are essential. So can I ask for that so we can put this to bed?
We can't take an action on something that's not on the agenda, but I believe there is an item coming back to talk about council procedures at the July meeting where that can be addressed.
Okay, so we wait till July to talk about that? Okay, perfect. So let's see, council's board on comms, telecommunications, because like you were saying, we have issues here. We know that generators, cell tower generators, maybe this commission can work right now. We're having communication issues. I keep hearing about that commission. They could also work with undergrounding. And we know that I would also, so at that same meeting, would I get council support for recording meetings? Because we've talked about recording public meetings, public safety, public works. They're public. We don't record them. I would like them to be recorded. I have no idea about Say Rabbit. That's beyond my scope of knowledge how the city would do that, but I do think that it's necessary we record Arts Commission and Parks and Rec and things like that.
I think the city clerk could talk about that if you want to talk about that when the procedures item comes back. I'm sure we could.
Do we have a meeting on Thursday? What's Thursday's meeting? Do we have a meeting on Thursday?
We are still finalizing details and have not been able to post an agenda for a meeting this Thursday, but we are planning to finalize that tomorrow and post an agenda for a strategic work plan session.
That's like a strategic plan. That'll give us a
That's
chance
what I
to,
did.
yeah, that's what
Perfect. That's exciting. Thank you.
But I'm sorry, City Clerk, could you elaborate why we're not able to currently record our meetings for our commissions other than Planning Commission?
It's an issue of staff resources that can be discussed more with the city manager's office if that's something the council wants to explore.
Thank you. I definitely want to explore that. There is an event that the community is trying to put together with regards to the healing and love for around Labor Day with RAD Collective, the Michelle Shane, Malibu Arts Association, Malibu Chambers, LA Strong. I'm asking how to find out if city land would be possible for this type of event. Is that something I work with Kristen on? Okay, so I'll come to the perfect. Thank you. And I also got a call from somebody. Now I sound like you, Steve.
I know.
Oh my God. Oh.
It's not that bad.
I know it's not that bad, but I was like, I got a call from a resident, and it's happening. And there seems to be a lot of sycamore.
Welcome to the group.
I know. I feel so. Here I am. Yes, I got one of many calls from a resident worried about sycamore trees that were being cut down at the Las Flores Park. I wasn't sure about I don't know anything about it except it was posted on Nextdoor, and I wanted to find out more about that. If somebody could help me understand, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. After following the fires, we did an assessment on the trees at Las Flores Creek Park, and we gave the trees a little bit of time to see if they would recover. So we worked with our park maintenance division and our arborist and determined that those trees were not going to recover and were a public safety hazard as well. If they were to fall on someone, that we didn't want that to happen. So we started today, just removing those dead and dying trees, and we will continue to make some progress on Las Flores Creek Park, removing the mustard that has grown there, and those sorts of things.
Thank you. That is very good. I just wanted to mention that I did attend my first MRCA Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy meeting, and it was very nice. I met a lot of great people. I learned a lot. Nothing to report, but if anybody has any questions, please email me about that. Thank you.
Okay. Doug or Bruce?
Okay, I'll go first instead of Bruce. First off, on the automatic license plate readers, thanks to the Public Safety Department, I don't see Susan here. We started this back when I was on, or maybe it was Rob. I see Rob shaking his head over there. I started this when I was on Public Safety Commission. That's been 4 years now, and I'm glad we got them in place. Bot stots, blue bot stots. For those of you that are not familiar with those, I want to tell you a quick story. About 2 or 3 years ago, when we were trying to get these implemented, there was a fire in Winter Canyon. Station 88 was one of the first ones there. It was dark of night. You would think that they'd know where the fire hydrants are. They didn't. One of the VOPs came up, and the first thing the engineer at the pumper said as he was trying to hook up, he says, "Find me a fire hydrant." The VOP took his flashlight, shined it down the street, and said, "There it is," because the blue dot shined back. We need to get those on every fire hydrant coming up on fire season. If you don't have one in your private community, get them from public safety. And also let the public safety people know that they're not on public streets. They'll help get them in place. It's essential we have those in there. It's nice to know that Councilmember Conrad is now the chief prankster. I don't know if that takes council approval, but a 30-foot rubber duck sounds exciting. Audio feed. You know, one of the things, the council meetings are recorded on YouTube. You can take the information right off that. That's where they are. I look at them all the time. My wife looks at them. You can get it there. Telecommunications Commission, that's what the Public Works Department's for. I know that Ryan wants to live back in the days when we were still putting in cell phones, but the Public Works Commission is responsible for public works. That's telephones, sewer lines, all those sort of things need to be housed through them. And one of the issues we have in the city is exactly what we were just talking about on recording. City staff is down 20 people. we don't have a lot of people to run commissions and so forth. So we need to have the best use of the time we have and try and get the best benefit out of it. So results count, and some things are nice to have, some things are essential. So if we can route those requests to Public Works where we already have a commission, it's already set up and running, probably be better. On the PSPSs for the traffic lights, once again, it goes back to my public safety days. Every year about this time, we'd start talking about how we're going to handle PSPSs. Caltrans needs to make sure they got fresh batteries and all the backup, all the lights. Rob's shaking his head on that. That's something that needs to be checked out. Those batteries have to be replaced periodically, and if they don't last 4 or 5 hours, it's not enough time to even get the generators there. Also, last year, the Caltrans and the city came to an arrangement where the generators are now the responsibility of Caltrans. They're supposed to put them out and keep them fueled up. On the fee waivers, we talked about that real quick. I also want to mention the city on February the 13th was the generator of a proclamation from the governor that changed the rebuild requirements for rebuilds in the city of Malibu. And we adopted all those and changes to the Malibu Municipal Code, and that's the reason why it's like for like plus 10%, and so many things are waived. There are requirements for meeting the current building codes. You have to meet the building plans, but we took out a whole lot of the requirements to rebuild a house. So I'd be glad to talk to you afterwards about that, but that was our intention. And we worked diligently with the governor's office, and we're quite pleased, I think, with what we got out of it. And that's the reason why people are moving as quickly as they are through the rebuild center. At least we hope so. With that, that's all my comments. I do want to say we shouldn't forget that with the budget we're going to bring up in a few minutes, we still need to address the Malibu Education Foundation and brigades and so forth on those items. We haven't forgotten about that. So back to you, I guess, to Bruce.
Bruce?
All right, well, thank you, everybody, for speaking. Just take some of these comments, not in any particular order. Roxanne and Tori, good to see you here. Sorry it had to be on this occasion. Marianne and I, as the ad hoc committee for the rebuilds, have actually been working with a small group of residents on possible legislative initiatives. The residents actually are pulling the laboring oar. They're preparing. We went through a list of things that they would like to see. We expressed our personal views because we can't speak for the council. But we reached agreement, at least the two of us and the residents, as to some of the things that they would like to see us advocate. And we've asked them to put together a draft letter to bring back, that we can bring back to council, that would ask for those items. And among them are some relaxations of the building requirements, not safety-oriented requirements, but environmental requirements. As much as we are pro-environment here, there are some things that you never would have had to do with your existing home that you are going to have to do under the current building code with your rebuilt home. And we felt that it made sense that some of those things, the governor or the legislator ought to take a look at seeing if they could excuse them for rebuilds that are necessitated by a disaster. Darren's comments I thought were well taken. I mean, as I'm a lawyer, I read the words that he was reading, and what he said made sense. And I'm really not sure I understand why it is that the residents who are seeking to rebuild that have an undamaged septic system, or at least a septic system that, even if it's damaged, if it could be repaired as opposed to needing to be replaced, would have to get a new septic system if they maintain the same number of fixtures or whatever that language was that was in the code. So I'm confused about that, because I may have misunderstood what we were told in the past, but I thought that we were told at one point that that was a requirement of the regional water board or whatever they're called, and that when a house was destroyed and it was being rebuilt, there was a requirement for a new septic system, that it was unacceptable to use the existing septic system if it was usable. And that language, to me as a lawyer, certainly seems to say unambiguously that that's not the case, that you can use it. So, or at least that you don't have to follow the requirements for a new build. And that to me would mean by default, you have what you have. But that also would be one of the things that I think would be among the small resident group proposals to clarify. Actually, those are my major comments. Trevor, what council procedures item is coming before the council? Because that's news to me.
Kelsey, I don't know how to describe it. This is a return of.
Yes, it's really coming from a couple of different issues. When we originally moved to this time and format, we did view it as a pilot and always planned to return to the council to get feedback on that. That's been delayed by the fire, and in that time, I know the council's raised other questions about their procedures and how the hybrid format is working, so we want to revisit all of those issues in one large item.
So if we wanted to revisit the question of how residents or how participants appear on Zoom, if we wanted to discuss limiting who can have the privilege of appearing on Zoom, those would be part of that discussion?
Yes, we're going to include as much information as we can to make decisions. I'm working on that report now, but I'll leave it for the July meeting when we can discuss it in more detail.
Okay. So a number of people mentioned a mailer that went around. I did not receive it, but it was provided to me by some people. And it starts off, it's got a title, Impending Bankruptcy of Malibu. You'll hear when we get our budget report, there's no such thing. It then goes on to blame Steve, me, and John Mazza for this non-existent impending bankruptcy in Malibu. There is a statement in here. It says, Silverstein has even stated privately he will never vote for a new home permit, no matter the facts. That statement is an outright lie. I don't know who they think I said this to privately, but I know I didn't say it to anybody, so there can't be such a person. I have actually voted to support to deny appeals of projects or to grant applicants projects from time to time on the council. I've actually even been on the minority in one instance that I remember where I was favoring a project and the council voted it down. And as one speaker, I think it might have been Scott, noted, it takes at least 3 votes to deny a project at any event. And if Steve and I were so hell-bent to prevent anything from being built, we couldn't stop a single project without a 3rd vote. And with the one exception of a project a few weeks ago where Halen joined us as a 3rd vote, the fact is Doug, Marianne, Paul, Mikey, or Karen was always at least a 3rd vote, if not a 4th vote, if not a unanimous vote to deny a project. So Steve and I just don't have this power that people think we have. If we did, it'd be great, but we don't. There's also a statement in here that employees have testified that they feared approving projects. The word testified is used in the letter. I don't know where this testimony is supposed to be because there's no court proceeding of any sort, other than a complaint that was filed, which is subject to a dismissal motion, which is still subject to be heard by the court, and I feel pretty confident it's going to be dismissed. So they conclude with it's time to take the city back. I'm not sure what they're talking about since the election just occurred. And Steve and I and Helen were elected. Steve and I got the most votes in that election. So I think they just want to keep relitigating the election. I will say I don't agree with the comments that these people shouldn't be allowed to come in here and say what they want to say. I think the great thing about this country is that we have a powerful First Amendment right. And dissenting voices, no matter how crazy they are, even if they're lying in a public forum, they're entitled to speak their piece. And I'll continue to point out when they speak falsely. Thank you.
Just one thing, I like Bruce, I did not get a copy of that letter. I'm just upset. If they're going to talk about me, at least send me the letter.
It's okay. I was wondering where this magic letter was, and finally it showed up in my mailbox. I'll comment on that. I thought it was really irresponsible to equate a personal bias or such with the finances of the city. And I thought it sent a really irresponsible message to our community that our finances were in jeopardy. And so I hope that everybody will do their own investigation of the health of our finances of our city, because I think despite everything that's going on with the fire, that is the one thing that I'm really proud of. You know, you look at other communities, City of Los Angeles, County of Los Angeles, State of California, they're all struggling with their budget because of the vastly financial conservative nature that the city has had. It has allowed us to have the ability to continue to move forward despite the numerous amounts of emergencies that we've received in our community. I had a question about the new hours. Will there be a lunch closure, or will the public counters be open without any interruption?
Good evening, City Council. Counter stars will be staggering. The only day that we'll be closing for lunch will be Wednesday, Wellness. We will be closed from 12:30 to, from 12 to 1:30.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Want to remind everybody, get your front license plates installed. Go to your dealer, insist on that. When you get a vehicle, get your front license plate. That's really important. Show your pride in Malibu and have a front license plate. I wanted to compliment the city manager newsletter. I've received the last two, and I think they're really informative and a great addition to the information provided out to our community. And so if you aren't getting the city newsletter, make sure you get signed up for it so that you're getting that information. One of our speakers mentioned the 4th of July parade. That'll be on Point Doom. Check your parking locations. Make sure you park in legal locations and have your front plate license plate. But myself and I believe Councilmember Conrad might be attending. I'm not sure about the other council members, but it's a really fun little community parade in Point Doom. And it'll end at the Malibu Elementary School, and I believe the PTA is facilitating some type of activity at the school. So thank you to the VOPs and anybody else that chooses to attend. Trevor or Kelsey, could you readdress what happened with the rescheduling of the public safety meeting? I know that it was already announced, but just to make sure that all our listeners hear what happened on that particular public safety meeting.
Yes, let me just pull up the dates for one moment so I can give you a very precise answer.
Thank you. I can come back to it if you want it, a couple minutes. I'll finish the rest of my comments.
That's fine. We have it here.
Okay.
So the Public Safety Commission was originally scheduled to meet on Wednesday, June 4th at 5 p.m. Wednesday afternoon, we had a water main leaking by City Hall that forced them to shut off water to this building. At the time, we estimated it would be for several hours. Due to that, we closed City Hall to the public since we didn't have functioning bathrooms, and we were going to have to postpone the Public Safety Commission meeting. There was time-sensitive business, so we confirmed with the Public Safety Commissioners the next available date that they could meet was the next day, Thursday, June 5th at 1 p.m. We properly posted a notice of adjournment in our posting boards and on the doors of the meeting room, adjourning the meeting to that date and time, and a notice of adjournment does not require a 24-hour notice before the new meeting time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the PS notifications, I had some back and forth with Edison. I wanted to make sure they say that they notify all the public agencies. I just want to make sure that we're following up and those agencies actually do understand the gravity of what those PSs need to mean to our community. So anything that we can do to make sure that our sister agencies are aware and what the disruption to our communities cause, especially Caltrans, the power outage that we had a couple weeks ago. I know that Paradise Cove light was out. I heard reports of maybe a couple other lights on that side of town, completely dark. And if the battery backups had been in those lights the way Caltrans is supposed to maintain them, that shouldn't have been the case. They should have at least been red flashing, but they were completely dark and there were people just going through the intersections. Maybe something we can do is have Caltrans install signage near or on the traffic signals that reminds people that you are supposed to stop at those, that a dark signal is a four-way stop or something like that. Just a thought. Just obviously people do not know that when a traffic signal is dark, you need to treat it as a four-way stop or whatever a stop and respect that intersection so that everybody is safe there. So anything we can do. The other thing on the things, if maybe we can contact our internet providers in our community. to give a presentation on how to hook up equipment to a backup power source so that people can still have internet because they're able to hook up the right equipment to a backup battery. I think that might be a beneficial informational training for our community. I know I would love to have that because I'm sure if I just put a backup battery to the right piece of equipment, I might be able to have the internet still. So I don't know if everybody else would like to enjoy that. So something like that. That was just a request. With the comment for the lamp and whether or not it's a replacement structure or a new structure, whichever, it's not Water District 29, it's the State Water Resources Control Board. Water District 29 doesn't have anything to do with septic systems, so I just want to make that correction on that presentation. And I've heard this comment several times about residents aren't getting what they need for fire rebuilds. And I think it would be good if we can have some way of quantifying what it is the residents need. The city has done our fire rebuild center. We've looked at waiving fees. We've looked at trying to facilitate information and have other things. But I still hear a need from the community that they need something else. But I don't know what that is. So I need some information to quantify, are you looking for loan information? Are you looking for how to fight with the insurance? So if we can have some communication, send us an email, send me an email, send our city manager an email, but it would just really be helpful for us to be able to identify specific things that the community is searching for or needs something with so that we can, as a council, can determine whether or not that's something the city can provide or if that is provided by another entity. I know there's a long-term recovery group being formed in Malibu that is going to be there to help facilitate people with information and other possible support for their recovery and everything else. But that's my request out to the community is try and get me some more information so we can try and take those next steps for you. And that's all I've got.
May I make
yes.
a follow-up comment on that last point?
Yeah, please.
So I may be alone in this vision, but the way I envisioned what we did when we created the Rebuild Ambassador position is that the residents who perceive that they're not getting what they need or are entitled to come to the Rebuild Ambassador. That's the very first stop. The Rebuild Ambassador then either resolves the issues or, to the extent they're not resolved, brings them to the city staff through the city manager. At that point, issues will get resolved also. To the extent that they remain unresolved and the Rebuild Ambassador believes that they're not properly resolved at that point, that they're improperly unresolved, they can come to the city council. And then they'll either get resolved or they won't. So stop one is Abe. And then actually, as far as the resident is concerned, the buck stops with him initially. And then he can take it up the chain or down the chain, however you want to look at it. So that's the way I've envisioned it. And we haven't yet received something that through that line of that chain of command that says here's an issue. And again, as I said, Marianne and I have been working with a group of residents over some of the things that aren't problems in that residents aren't getting what they're entitled to under our system. Those are how can we change, where can we change the system if possible?
I'd just like to add that we are meeting weekly with Abe Roy to discuss these issues, sometimes, way over an hour. And we are very clear about the issues that are being brought to him. And let me tell you, he fights vociferously for this community. So I really do encourage you to speak with him. And our communication is two-way. So an ambassador is a diplomat, so it's a two-way channel of communication. So Abe is really a great person to start with. And as I said, we toured with him last week just to get an understanding of what needs to be clarified and to see some of these properties where there's some issues. So just as Mayor Pro Tem, Silverstein just explain, make that your first stop.
What is his last name?
Abe Roy. And I'll make sure to get you his information.
Dr. Joe, yeah. I have just one quick one. And,
Yeah,
and
go
I don't
ahead,
want to
and
beat this to death, but I did, when Southern California Edison called me, I think the most concerning part of the call was, they said not only the PSPS is going to have more of them, they're going to last longer. And I just think, Doug, in terms of power battery backup or whatever hell we're putting out there, I mean, this is going to be an issue. And we have not, my experience has been we have not been successful in keeping all the traffic lights running in the prior PSPSs. And that's, if they go off longer than they have in the past, it's only going to get worse. So however we can do to deal with that.
Yeah, signals, our cell service, all of those rely on the backup batteries or some type of generators. And if those partner agencies aren't getting the information and aren't preparing, we're just going to be in a world of hurt. Go ahead.
Okay, quick ads. While we're talking about the PSPSs, there's over 21 traffic lights in the city. I think that's the number. And, you lose power to some of them. They try and chase them, put the batteries up, get the generators going. It's a constant battle. It's like trying to do whack-a-mole. I appreciate the difficulty they have, but this is the time of the year when we need to look at this and make sure we're prepared for it. And the internet issue, Mary Ann's comment reminded me, Spectrum is supposed to have 72 hours of backup power. For the most part, they do. The problem is, and as Mary Ann pointed out, they may have the system working, but if your house system doesn't have power, it can't operate it. So it's maybe the proverbial at the doorstep, but you got to let it in. So backup batteries or something like that for your house is going to be a critical thing to learn. Front license plate, that's a state law. That's not the city of Malibu. We're just enforcing it, and it can be fixed with a fix-it ticket, and also going to your dealer and having it put on the car. Lastly, or two things. Changes to the rebuilds. I want to emphasize, I think the comment I was making about the going to the governor, we've been to the governor, we got a set of fixes. It's time to go back and see if we got all of them right. I think we got a lot of it done, but there may be things, and I'm glad to see the ad hoc is working on that to come back with a set of changes that might improve it, and we may be able to get those through as well. On public speakers, when I was mayor and was controlling the gavel, one of the things I wanted to find out real quick is what rights do we have to turn somebody off on speaking? The answer is you don't have a lot because it's a free country. And just because you disagree with something they're saying or you don't like what they're saying, they still have an opportunity to talk. And as much as I wanted to cut some of these people off, and I know when Steve and I, when he was mayor and I was mayor pro tem, we cut a few people off, and in hindsight, we probably shouldn't have done that. They were offensive. No question it was offensive, didn't like what they were saying, but they have a right to speak. The only answer to that is to rebut it. And I think, as Bruce said tonight, some of the things that are in that letter are not supported by fact, and I still question why they even sent it out. But they have a right to make a speech, make their comments, but we also have a right to correct it. So that's the position we have to take. That's all I had. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Two requests. One is we've been going for quite some time. I wonder if we could have a short break. And the other is when we return, I wonder if we could take a look at the remainder of the agenda. I suspect that there are probably members of the staff here for the budget who would otherwise be able to leave. Maybe we could move that up. And we could also figure out if there's anything else that's not time sensitive that we could put at the end in case we go past 10:30.
Well, I think that the next three items have staff and a consultant that are here. So I think we should
I think those are time sensitive to the public hearings.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying that maybe that there are more people here for the budget that need to be than there are for the other items.
I just want to confirm for the council, all the public hearings scheduled tonight do need to be heard because they need action taken before July 1st.
Yeah, I think we're going to be. So let's take a 10-minute, let's be back here at 9:20. That'll be 13 minutes.
I was.
A general question? Or-
Adjournment. You can adjourn for that sergeant.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Let's just, before we end, we'll just do it at the end, before we do. I know. Okay, so item 5A, Assessment District 98-2, Calle del Barco. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor Riggins, Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, and the remaining council members. Tonight, we're here to conduct a public hearing for the Calle de Barco Landslide Maintenance Assessment District 98-2 to levy assessments for the maintenance and repairs, operations, and management of the assessment district for fiscal year 2025-2026. The assessments for fiscal year 2025-2026 is $94,964.86, which is a 10.5% more levy than last year's assessment. This assessment will generate sufficient revenue to offset the proposed budget of $87,381. For Zone A, single-family residence, $1,999.26 is the assessment for next year. This is an increase of $167.84 from the previous year. For Zone A, condo or an apartment, the assessment is $1,649.39. This is an increase of $138.47 from the previous year. For Zone B, the single-family residence, $999.63. This is an increase of $83.92 from the previous year. Zone B, condo or apartment, the assessment is $649.76. This too is an increase of $54.55 from the previous year. For Zone C, single-family residence, their assessment is $999.63. This is an increase of $83.92 from the previous year. And for Zone C, the condo apartment is also $999.63. That is an increase of $83.92 from the previous year. This concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll open the public hearing. Do we have any public speakers?
No, we don't have any in-person speakers or any raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, that'll close the public hearing. Any comment from staff? Or, excuse me, council?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to assume that we still have Ms. Brandy with us. So item 5B, wastewater service charges.
Good evening again. Tonight, we're going to conduct a public hearing for the adoption of the engineer's report regarding the levy of wastewater service fees through property taxes for fiscal year 2025-2026 for operations and maintenance of the Civic Center water treatment facility. The wastewater service fees for fiscal year 2025-2026 is $2,494,194, which is approximately 2.45%, an increase from the previous fiscal year. These assessments will generate sufficient revenue to offset the proposed budget of $2,308,237. The wastewater service charge is $526.57 per EDU. This is a $10 increase from last year's wastewater service charge. This concludes my report.
Okay, do we have any, open the public hearing? Do we have any public speakers?
No, we don't have any in-person speakers or any raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Any comment from the council?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Thank you very much. And item 5C?
That was all because of the great presentation.
Yes. Item 5C. Approval of use of community development block grants, CDBG funds for fiscal year 25-26. This was continued. We have a staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We have a very brief presentation for your consideration. The information in front of you should look very familiar. This is a project that's been supported by the council for the past several years, and we really need this upcoming fiscal year to apply to the project, to complete the project, hopefully by the end of the calendar year. As you may know, the city receives an allocation of funding of CDBG funds every year from the Los Angeles Community Development Authority. For the next fiscal year, the city is projected to receive $53,000. Per the guidelines, funding guidelines, only 15% of the funds can be used for programming, and the remaining funds can be spent on eligible capital projects, including construction. As a brief update on the status of the construction, the design was delayed due to the occurrence of the State Palisades fire, but it was also delayed by the Franklin fire. The proposal that staff has been working on is for the construction of a 750 square foot office building that would be used as a permanent location for the labor exchange. And according to the city's contractor, Kimley Horn, the project is on track to be completed by the end of this current calendar year. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the use of funds for the Malibu Community Labor Exchange for the coming fiscal year. And we are available for any questions should the council have any.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Ryan Embry. Do we have anyone online? Okay, so no raised hands after this.
Correct, no raised hands.
Thank you. I attended and participated in the meeting for the recommendation that's before you from your subcommittee. There's one in there that seemed rather odd. And I wanted to say the capital project for the trailer is totally separate from an ongoing type of support for services rendered from the people and the volunteers and the participants of the program that goes on in the trailer and outside. So that is appropriate. The item that was to fund for teaching school children how to apply makeup for $2,500.
Wrong item.
We're on block grants?
Yeah.
Yeah, this.
I was on block grants?
Not the general grants, block grants.
This is the specific one only?
Yes.
Okay. Is the block grants coming up or are you done with those?
Part of the budget.
In the budget? Okay, I'll speak to that in a minute. But I support this one for the labor exchange. And in the fact that if this runs over budget or under budget, if the expenses exceed that you tap back into the budget, which you might reduce in the other item by that amount. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude the public hearing. Any questions by council?
Yeah, go. You're up first, Doug. Go ahead.
Okay, Doug, go ahead.
All right, two things. First off, in the actual budget itself, we've got a comment that says the block grant is reduced by $1,837. That's not what it says in here, is it?
From the preliminary budget that we shared with council, there was a need to revise the amount that we were forecasted to receive from LACDA, and so the revised budget includes the correct number, which is in fact a reduction of what we were.
Right, but if we approve this hearing, is it's got the right number in it or
Correct,
not?
it does, yes.
Okay. Then the other comment is on the budget on page 10, it says a community labor exchange trailer is $900,000.
Yes, that's correct. The cumulative cost for the project is the amount that was stated.
Where's the $45,000? Is it? How does that fit into the $900,000?
This is the remainder, this is the amount that we can allocate for this coming fiscal year for the completion of that project.
So the balance of the 900,000 comes out of the general fund?
We've been, as a city, we've been funding this project for a number of years. And so the funding is coming from a variety of sources, including general fund, but it also includes CDBG funds.
Okay. So
if you're requesting a specific breakdown of the general fund versus CDBG funds, that's something that we don't have in front of us, but we could prepare for you.
I just want to be clear. It's not the trailer. I mean, it's costing us $900,000 for a 750 square foot trailer?
The construction of the office includes costs beyond the structure itself. It includes some minor site improvements, the construction of a parking lot, for example, and some landscaping. But the total amount that you reference includes all of the design, permitting, as well as construction costs.
Okay. All right, so the total cost is 900,000, not the 45,000.
Correct.
All right. That's all my questions.
Done, Doug? 900,000 is an unbelievable amount. I mean, if we gave each one of these day laborers 50 grand, they wouldn't have to be day laborers anymore. And we'd save, yeah, 900,000 bucks is nuts. It doesn't, just doesn't make a whole bunch of sense to me. So we're not going to solve that here tonight, but boy, that just seems way out of line for what we're trying to achieve here.
Well, that may well be, and in the 4.5 years that you and I have been on council, this project came up during that period of time, and I remember, I don't know how you voted, Steve, I actually voted not to invest those funds, thought they were too much for what this was. But now I'm going to support this because now that we're into it as far as we are, it makes sense to continue to go forward. But I don't recall how you voted, but we actually approved this as a council years ago.
I thought the last I heard, I thought what they were going to do is move the trailer onto the county property or off the county property. But they were moving a trailer, which I thought was a pretty simple thing to do. So I agree with the money for the trailer. When we get to this 900,000 bucks, I think we got to just rethink what the heck we're doing.
How much that's already been spent?
The vast majority has been already.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Did some of that $900,000 also include the movement from the temporary trailer before to its temporary location back to its permanent location, connection into the wastewater treatment plant, the parking lot? So there's a lot of infrastructure things besides just a paving of a parking lot.
Yeah, as it's been explained to me, the original concept was to consider a modular construction that would have been much more efficient. But in the process of evaluating the design options, the decision was made to forego a modular, lower cost option in favor of a permanent, uniquely designed facility. And the costs associated with that are significantly higher.
Okay.
What will take place inside the facility?
The building itself will accommodate a couple of small meeting rooms and a restroom, but really, it's a really modest facility.
For $1 million, it's not really that modest.
I think this is like other facilities. There are other features that are required to facilitate the actual structure, and often those add a lot of cost to a particular thing.
Yeah. To me, this is a no-brainer because, like I said, over the past few years, we've already approved time and time again the expenditure of 90% of this expense. It would be foolish, and this is coming out of a grant that we're getting the money. We're just allocating money that we're getting, and we don't have another source for it. So it's a no-brainer to just finish the project and approve the grant.
Is it grant money?
Yes.
The action before you, the request before you tonight is just to allocate the remaining, the projected it comes out to a little north of $50,000 that the city will receive from CDBG funds towards the completion of the project. So there's no, all the additional appropriation of funds has occurred.
I think we've got, I think the issue, as Bruce has pointed out, is we need to accept this money so we have it. The issue of the actual cost of the facilities in the budget itself. So I'll make a motion to approve accepting the money.
We're accepting money for the trailer.
Yeah. To allocate to the trailer.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
What I would ask is to come back and, make it real clear, is the $900,000, is that grant money we're getting, or is that coming out of the general fund? And we asked that question, you said you want to look it up, so.
We can prepare a detailed cost breakdown for you.
I'd sure like to see that.
But this is money already spent we're talking about now, right? Not money to be spent.
Correct.
Yeah.
What we spend $900,000 on? We got nothing. You got nothing.
Okay, we're going to move on now. Where's my script? I don't know what to do without my script. Okay, so 5D is postponed. 5E, budget. Let's have a lovely staff report about this year's fiscal budget coming up.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, we have a brief presentation for you this evening. This is a more streamlined version of the presentation that we shared during the council workshop last week. We received the feedback. We were grateful for the feedback we received from the council last week and have incorporated as much as we could into this final proposed budget. For the benefit of the audience, we are going to focus on three main elements tonight: a summary of the revenues and expenditures for the coming fiscal year, a couple of slides on the fund balance, and what will remain after the forecasted budget is implemented, as well as the staff recommendation. As is stated in the staff report, the proposed budget totals $81.8 million in revenue and a little over $110 million in expenses. The budget also includes general fund revenue of $60 million and general fund expenditures of north of $72 million. Here is a more detailed breakdown of the general fund revenue and expenditures. As you can see, the two largest sources of revenue are property taxes and other taxes, which includes sales taxes and transient occupancy taxes. The other sources of revenue comprise a much smaller portion of the total general fund revenue. And then looking at the other pie chart, what you'll see is the way that the city staff and the city council implements the allocation of funds across the various departments to address the programs that are the priority for the coming fiscal year. On this slide, what we wanted to do is share two things. One is a reflection of how property tax revenue has been received in terms of the amounts. And what you'll see is over the past 10 years, there's been a steady increase in property tax revenue. That is a function of appreciating property values that has been nearly continuous in spite of some of the activities, disasters, even COVID. That did stall activity. Each of those events did stall activity. But Malibu has been very fortunate in that it has seen a pretty continuous recovery. As we look forward beyond our current moment in time, what we've done is we've forecasted the two coming fiscal years in which the city will remain whole thanks to special legislation that was approved by the governor, which will essentially allow the city to receive the amount of property tax that it has this past fiscal year over the next two fiscal years. And then as we start to see reconstruction and redevelopment steadily increase, we would anticipate that tax revenue would increase. And such that over the course of the next 5 to 6 years, we would return to the trend that we have been seeing for the past 10 years. Here's a more detailed look at the general fund reserves. The city has, because of some very prudent, fiscally conservative decision-making, the city has seen a significant increase in its general fund reserves over the past 10 years. However, you will see a couple of notable dips. The first occurred in fiscal year 2018-19 during the Woolsey fire, in which the city used a significant portion of its undesignated reserve to address disaster recovery and rebuilding needs such as repairs to infrastructure. And then most recently, we had a significant spike in the total general fund reserves, where it was north of 90 million. But over the past 2 fiscal years, the city has needed to utilize the reserve to address the disaster response and recovery costs associated with both the Franklin and the Palisades fire. In fact, when staff took a more detailed look at these decreases, we've seen that roughly half of the decrease has been the result of allocations to capital improvement costs, as well as emergency response, disaster recovery costs. Here is a quick look at the total personnel changes. In the work with the department directors, what we've done is we've tried to figure out what additional services could be provided, what additional projects could be completed with enhanced personnel. And so you see a number of staff changes that are proposed and included in this budget. In total, it's 7 additional positions, ranging from additions to the Community Development Department, as well as the Management and Administration Department. And we've also included a cost of living adjustment of 3%, which is consistent with the local governments within our region. And of course, we've included the mandatory CalPERS rate changes, which are mandated. In terms of the city's strategic work plan, the last time the city has focused on this was during fiscal year 24-25. I'm sorry, let me repeat myself. The last time the city established a strategic plan was during 2023, when it adopted a work plan that covered the fiscal year 24-25 timeframe. Since then, there's been a number of disruptions, and it's so in order to help get the city back on track, Kelsey, as you just referenced earlier this evening, has been working to schedule a strategic plan work session, which is scheduled for a couple days from today, at which time we'll hope to revisit the council priorities and make some adjustments to the work plan so that we are, as an executive team, focused on the council priorities and ensuring that those will be completed in a timely manner. A couple of other minor modifications to point out since the council workshop last week. We included a slight increase of $20,000 for the finance staff to hire a temporary accounting assistant to assist with disaster response documentation and financial records. And we've made a modification to account for the change in allocation to the city for CDBG funding after confirming with the Los Angeles Community Development Authority, the funding agency. So therefore, it is staff's recommendation to open the public hearing, following public comment, adopt a resolution to approve the budget for this coming fiscal year, adopt a resolution 2538 establishing the appropriations limit for the coming fiscal year, and adopt resolution 2539 approving the authorized positions and salary ranges, as well as the addition of a new position, the Deputy Community Development Director job specification. This concludes staff presentation. We are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any clarifying questions?
I have some. Yes, thank you.
Clarifying, or?
Is it clarifying to ask about the strategic workshop? It happens every 2 years or every year?
I was a little confused about that too, because I thought we did that last September. I thought we had a meeting for a strategic plan.
Yes, I can summarize. The city has moved through a few different priority planning documents. We used to operate on a work plan model that ran with the fiscal year. Over the last few years, the city's been trying to move towards a more strategic plan, and our last plan was adopted in September. It was a 6-month plan that was meant to be revisited this spring, which was postponed due to the fire and many of our recovery meetings. So we've gone past that plan, although we're still operating under it for the moment, and we're going to come back to the table for another strategic planning session.
Okay, thank you.
Good, okay. Do we have any virtual speakers?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, so that'll be concluded. So our first in-person speaker is Joe Drummond, followed by Ann Kay, followed by Ryan Emery.
I get thrown when you ask about the Zoom speakers. I'm like, wait, I'm here. So in this budget, I noticed there's a budget item of $290,000. Yeah, for a Big Rock and 20326 PCH, which is where Moon Shadows is. And I don't know if that's still happening. Apparently Caltrans has budgeted that. So I don't know what that money, if that money needs to be removed from the budget or if it can be reallocated to something like the fire breaks that we're trying to do this neighborhood beautification that was supposed to be able to put like a fire break on city-owned easements in our communities, in our neighborhoods. So we were asking for a grant program or something like that, and it's been taking a couple of years to get this on council's agenda, on Public Works agenda, and I just think the money should be reallocated to that. I also hope that the fire brigade will get a larger chunk when that comes to council, because I know it was too large a sum for the A&F meeting. So I do believe that if we can get them to be our official fire team, fire brigade, to go into the communities when there's a fire, that'll be like our own hired firefighters. So it just be on top of the county, which is never really there for us. And then also the Big Rock Assessment District needs to be reviewed and a new AD created where we started over 5 years ago with Public Works and Arthur about creating a new assessment district, and Yay gave all these increased prices to increase it's just working well, but to make it work even better and to keep it going, and for our houses that are still there. And that stopped suddenly when the Big Rock Homeowners Association asked that Caltrans be involved in it, and then suddenly everything stopped. So we just would like some kind of a formal ask of Public Works to start the talks about our new assessment district with Caltrans involved. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann?
So real quick, there's an item within the agenda, and it has to be read in because one of the items should be reviewed because it might not be compliant with Government Code 5, Section 54955. So there's an item within your budget that if you approve that, already I had provided information on that. That was the covered 6 item that was held perhaps improperly in violation of the Brown Act, although Kelsey kind of clarified it, but it's not correct. At least we don't believe it's correct. So we'll move on. The other thing is, 2 of the meetings, the financial one of them was exclusively on SaveRabbit.com. I covered it. It was not covered by city. The city did not record it. I also recorded the second one. It just happened last week. I recorded it. It's on SaveRabbit.com. A lot of the stories you will not see in the paper, even though I did submit, Halen, I did submit it to the Malibu Times, the gay flag, or the pride flag, or the Progress Pride flag.
It would be
include everybody.
appropriate if we
Progress
please call it
Pride
the
flag,
appropriate,
excuse
so.
me. Okay, so just to deal with that, we also did a story on the homeless situation here in Malibu. And this
Do you
is why
have comments regarding the budget?
Yes, it is, because you have a line item in here about dealing with the homeless outreach service for $425,000. There's only 33, per your own report, only 33 homeless on the internet. You can look it up, only 33. When I wrote my story, it was higher. I thought it was 37. But as of today, it's 33 people that are homeless. And you are allocating approximately, well, actually it's right here, $425,000. You realize if you gave them, I did the math here actually, and this came up from a person doing like copyright. They said, you know, we just gave all these people money, one-way tickets out of town, we would be ahead. So if we gave everybody who's homeless, 33 people, if we handed them a check for $12,878, we would be done with it. In the story, we got 43 seconds. In the story, it states that we voted for a measure that the state of California was going to deal with the homeless. Those homeless people have a place to live in Norwalk, California. And if you read the story on SaveRabbit.com, you'll see how LA County and the state and the governor allocated this money. We voted for it. It's a measure. And I forget the stuff, all the stories we do. We do so many stories. And one of them was on the homeless situation here in Malibu. And the story was titled, Malibu homeless may soon call Norwalk home. I don't see why we're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan?
I want to address the implied funding request that somehow departments of the city need more money if they can do the audio recording of the commission meetings like we used to do before COVID and Zoom. The city did own property. It was the portable digital recorders, but everybody's iPhone has that feature built in now. But basically, that was put in the middle of the room, and it picked up everything. We didn't put the multi-purpose room with all the crowd off to one side and the tables in a big U shape all around the room. People sat a little closer, and it worked. It was used, Mary Linden used it as the administrative secretary for city manager's office, and she transcribed minutes for more than one commission, I believe, and it worked fine. And that was the record. And you could buy a half dozen of those, and you don't need to impact the budget. So these meetings should be audio recorded at least, and doing video recording is not that difficult either. I would like to have you explain to us, as the public, as to why you're shortchanging yourself as a council and you don't have a city treasurer. I brought this up before, and nobody responded. Nobody. And I'd like to get to the bottom of it and have you fess up to it tonight. Do we not have a city treasurer? Because I believe the city treasurer needs to be reported to the state of California as who is the public officials for this town. And if we're not in contract with that person, we're probably in violation of some reporting value. The other is, if you look at the capital projects for this city, most of the capital projects are being fed to one firm, Kimley Horn. They were the sole bidder for the $5 million that you gave away to Caltrans for the traffic signal changes, like you could change it much. The T intersection at Las Flores, can't change the road, it's on one side of the creek. And it goes into Duke's Restaurant, which is going to need the left turn signal there forever. It's been there when it was the Sea Lion. So that's a $5 million giveaway of our Measure M or R or both funding. We could and should be using that on city streets. And it should be baked into our budget for our city issue projects. Sole bid contracts, and Kimley Horn's name came up earlier tonight. They're the city's now contractor for projects. It's a very cozy relationship along with the other one. Service contract limits is for 2 years for this city. And maybe that's why we don't scrutinize our public bidding process very well, but that it needs to be reformed. The Edison and the generators, that's something that needs to be worked on
Thank
with
you,
the
Ryan.
legislative agenda.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so that'll close public comment. And who would like to start at the council?
Why not?
Go for it.
A couple things. You know, I've watched Renee Neerman do budget for a number of years. And what I've learned is she is very, very conservative in terms of what she puts together. So I have no doubt we're probably going to be in good shape when we get to the end of this thing. However, and I listened to Bruce's, assessment of the budget last time, the "don't worry, be happy" pitch, and I don't think I necessarily agree with all of it. Although he to some extent he was correct. Once this thing gets back on track, the revenue will come back and we'll be in good shape. I just don't know when that process is going to take place, how long it's going to take us to get there. I looked at, since the last budget, there was an article that came out that Trump was talking to Gavin Newsom, and Gavin was trying to get some money from Trump for FEMA, and Trump told to go take a hike. Now, how long that's going to stick, or if it's going to stick or not, I have no idea. But that's going to be an interesting battle as we move forward. I took a look at some of the capital projects, and we got the skate park. And again, I had some time yesterday, so I was just going through this thing. And the skate park we've got listed is $5 million. That's what it's going to cost. Long Beach is putting in a skate park. Our skate park is 12,500 square feet. Theirs is 25,000 square feet. And they're budgeting $5 million to build their skate park. So my takeaway from that was, if I were the benevolent dictator and could do anything I want, I would hire somebody to come in and take a look at some of these contracts and maybe hire a contract negotiator. All right, somebody that just sat down and said, again, I think to some extent Malibu's been sort of viewed as a candy store, and we've been handing out money, and maybe a little bit tighter control over some of this stuff would be something we want to take a look at. Because I think, we negotiate a lot of contracts for a lot of money, and having somebody who's experienced at doing that, I think can help us maybe save a few bucks and get what we need to get done without overpaying. Like I said, I looked at the $900,000 for the trailer, and I couldn't figure out where the hell that was coming from. And then look, I think we're going to be, the other question was, I'm concerned with these catastrophic events. It was 100 degrees in Boston today. It's going to be 102 degrees in Philadelphia tomorrow morning, all right? And I don't see these weather events letting up quickly. And what I've learned is not only are they continuing, they're getting fiercer. So every one of these things we have is worse than the last one. So to anticipate we're not going to see something over the next couple of years, I think is wishful thinking, and I don't know how that's going to work. Last one, I do have one question on the general fund grants. One of the largest grants we give out is for $18,000 to the Malibu Film Society. What are the residents getting for that? I ask.
When we approved it for submission in this budget, there was free tickets for Malibu residents, and you also get the cultural value of the Film Society. That's the $18,000.
How many films do we have that we're going to see?
Say again?
How many films will they be put on?
Bruce, you remember?
I don't.
I don't remember. It was like 6 or so, I think, was the number, but I can't be sure. It's not a question I was prepared to take.
Well, I talked to Chris. Basically, they have these movies, and I don't know how many they're going to have because we should know that, okay? And there's only like 100 people that attend these movies, all right? And I don't know if they're all Malibu residents, because when they were doing movies up in Calabasas, they had members out there. So it just seemed like, look, and I don't have a problem having cultural events in the city as much, but they're getting $18,000, and I got the guys who do the rescues in Malibu is getting less than that, okay? Would probably provide a bigger benefit to the city as a whole. It just seems to me to be out, for not knowing what the hell we're getting, it just seems to be a lot of money that I couldn't explain to anybody why we're spending that much. So if you guys, you know, I'm gonna have to do it tonight, but if you could give me some perspective, maybe at the next meeting, of what we're getting for that, how many meetings we're gonna have, how many members do these folks have? Do we know?
They have less members now than they had in the past, and they will. Here's the issue. We had them agree when we proposed this grant, that everyone in Malibu, every Malibu resident, is de facto a member. I mean, you don't need to sign up, become a member. You don't have to pay a fee to become a member. If you're a Malibu resident, you simply identify yourself as a Malibu resident, and you have the right to participate in every event they have. They're sinking, just like all the businesses, right. and the businesses are doing we're doing the micro grants in the future. I viewed this as kind of a hybrid between the two. They're not a business, they're a nonprofit, so they qualify for the nonprofit grants. But if we didn't give them the grant, basically they're going under. And my feeling was this year that we haven't been as generous with them in the past. This year, that was the request they had, that they needed to stay alive. If we want to have them as a community resource next year, the year after, and going forward into the indefinite future, this is what the cost was to get them, just to keep them alive. We may have to do the same thing next year, maybe not, and we'll have to make a hard decision if that comes up as to whether we're going to continue to do this. But it is a Malibu, it's a Malibu treasure, I have to say. And hopefully, with it being free now to all Malibu residents, there'll be even greater Malibu participation. And I don't see people from Calabasas and other places in the valley coming here. They're going to hopefully show the films here at City Hall more, and they don't have other venues anymore because of the fires and because places going under.
Well, they're doing a movie. They're doing a show at Olo next.
Yeah.
Right. So.
And that helps Olo, which is a local business owned locally.
I got no problem with that. All I'm saying is there's.
You brought up the other names in here. You made a comment about the Malibu Search and Rescue. Just to talk about it, because Bruce and I was on the A&F that reviewed these. We had over $1 million in requests. Hold on a second. Yeah, part of that was enlarged by $100,000 for the urgent care, $100,000 for a new support venture for the Palisades fire. We had $100,000 for the brigade. Malibu Education Foundation was $300,000. But what we did, we looked at the others and said, how do we satisfy their necessary needs? And Adamson House, Malibu Search and Rescue, it was how much do you need to get accomplished what you've got to pull off? And that's what we try to do for all these. Every one of them had a great story, but the question was, how much do you need to get right? And the Search and Rescue is a perfect example of that. They have a new truck. They needed new gear. How much was it going to cost? We got up to $15,000 to cover it. That's the process we had for this.
Doug, I was on the A&F committee a couple of years ago. I know exactly what you went through. Did the same thing, okay? But when I was looking at it, I tried to make sure that the residents, since it's their money, were sort of getting a reasonable return for what they were. And I hear you. People want, movies, the movie theater in, I think, Calabasas shut down, all right? Agora Hill, yeah. And you can go to Costco right now for $700 and get yourself a 72-inch TV. So, look, I mean, the money's out there. I'm just saying I would have preferred to see it somehow allocated to something where the residents were getting a bigger return than what they're getting on this one. But that's all I got.
So are you proposing that we look at any of these numbers and make adjustments to them?
Well, look,
or are you happy with what A&F did and want to go forward with the recommendations?
The two guys in A&F are smart guys. And I think, they put the thought into it. They had I don't have the details on what are the financials that Malibu Film Society presented at that time. There was, in the other document, it said that they were looking for other sources of funding. I don't know where he's looking or what he thinks he's going to get. But they made the choice. I'm willing to live with their choice. All I'm saying, I would have liked to have seen something that gave me a little better return on the money. But I'm going to vote for it. I'm not going to argue.
Thank you. Bruce?
Sure. So just to follow up on that last point first, which is, look, all of those are recommendations by the A&F committee. I mean, I would expect that the council has reviewed all of them, and if any of them are an issue, it can be raised and discussed. But, we didn't make the decisions. We made the recommendations. I just want to start off with, I want to compliment Renee Neerman, the financial controller. I'm actually going to compliment the entire staff for putting this together this year under these circumstances, because looking at it, you wouldn't know that this is an unusual year, because the budget looks exactly like it always looks. Not the numbers, but the presentation. But Renee gets special shout out, and Candace, who just came in at the last minute and worked on this, and Richard as well. And Richard, that was an excellent presentation. It's actually one of the better presentations I can remember receiving, so thank you. Steve described my approach as don't worry, be happy. I wouldn't quite go that far. I mean, actually, I agree, don't worry, because worrying doesn't solve anything anyway. It doesn't get you anywhere. But I do, as I said at the workshop, we've got two major blips here. One is we had a disaster that is unprecedented. And if we expect future disasters, which we can't stop from occurring, we need the state, federal government, county to help prevent them from occurring. But if we expect future disasters, we might as well not even be thinking about a budget, because we can't weather another disaster. We certainly can't weather 2 or 3. If they're just going to keep coming, we can't budget for that. So we have to budget for normal expenditures and see how we do, assuming that we won't have another major disaster within the next few years. I'm also assuming that we write off the money we're going to be requesting from FEMA, or have requested from FEMA. I hope I'm wrong, but we should plan for the worst and hope for the best. And I think planning for the worst is, given that we have a president that's at war with the state of California, we're not going to get our FEMA money. So we have a hole. That's why we have a reserve. And the reserve is going to have a big dip in it. It still doesn't take us down below a number that is a problem. It takes us down to above a number that is extremely conservative, even if we don't get repaid, and even if we eat the expenses that we've projected we're going to eat to help with the rebuild effort. And then things ought to turn around. Absent another disaster, things ought to turn around, as Richard explained, and move in the proper direction. And if that's the case, we'll do fine. And if that's not the case, we have a much bigger problem than the fact that we have a budget problem. We are going to be living in a place that's just untenable. Steve's point about a contract negotiator, that's one of the things that really surprised me when I became a part of the government. We don't negotiate contracts. We might negotiate the words of the contract, but my understanding is we actually don't negotiate the financial terms of the contracts, but that's because I don't think we can. It doesn't operate like it does in private industry. We have to do this public bidding. Everything's got to be transparent, and basically the participants in that process negotiate by trying to beat the other participants in the process, but we don't get to go back and forth with them and try to get better prices. If I misunderstand that, I'll ask for somebody to correct me, but that's my understanding of how it works. It's stupid. Halen complained about the Brown Act being well-intentioned but getting in the way. I think the bidding process is well-intentioned but gets in the way as well. Prevents a lot of improper dealing, but it also possibly prevents getting the best deal. The fire brigade, Joe mentioned that would be our fire department. They're not a fire department. They're not authorized to be putting out fires. And we know what they do, but they're fire followers. They are not a fire department, so they're not a substitute. But I do agree that we need to continue to fund them. And as Doug mentioned, the fire brigade, the Education Foundation, the urgent care, and this possible foundation for recovery, those are not in this budget. Those are not in the grants. I don't believe we're empowered to talk about them tonight because we don't have a specific proposal on the table. We're going to have them as separate items going forward. So I don't think we're going to be awarding any kinds of grants to any of them tonight, not because we're deciding not to grant them anything, but because that has to come up in a separate process. And then the last point is, I'll tell you, I'm offended by the fact that we keep hearing an ad for this website, which I'm not even going to mention again, because it seems like that's all we get over and over is this ad. But as far as the money allocated for the homeless, when Steve and I were first elected over 4 years ago, there were in the neighborhood of 300 homeless in Malibu pursuant to the count. It has steadily decreased, whereas in other parts of the state it has steadily increased, and that's because we have spent that money to have outreach and to do what we can to find placement. And if we don't continue to spend that money, we'll probably see a reverse in that trend, just like everyone else is seeing. So I think the money's well spent, and it's myopic to look at the fact that we're down to a low number. So why are we spending the money? The fact is, it's proven itself to be a valid expense, and if we keep spending it, we will keep the numbers down, which is exactly why we're spending it. Those are my comments.
Doug, Halen, let's go next.
Sure. All right. So what I hear is that we can't have a contract negotiator, because I thought that was a good idea. Not a good idea? Can we do that? Is that something because that's the RFP process, right? Or the RFQ process? So it is what it is.
Yeah, one of the most difficult parts of the public bidding process is we don't control who is going to submit a proposal. And so, I heard the criticism of maybe there's a company that is more frequently providing proposals. That could be for a number of reasons, including they're very familiar with staff and very familiar with processes and community expectations. It's a tendency you commonly see when you work across local government agencies. Rob, do you want to elaborate further?
I want to just echo what Councilmember Silverstein's mentioned about our bidding process. And Trevor can step into, but there's specific state law that requires public bidding and how it's done, and those steps and the procedures that we follow through for our public works contracts. And we're required under public law to at least identify and recommend the lowest bidder for construction projects. As Councilmember Silverstein mentioned, the thought is that multiple bidders will come in and bid, they have competitive bidding to lower the price. Unfortunately, you have this environment here in Malibu that may tend to raise prices more than other places, but that's just, that's the state law. We can't negotiate those prices. I mean, believe me, I would love that. Yeah. And that's something that I would love to do, but it's just state law requires that to go with a little bidder.
And I understand the RFP process, but if the low bidder comes in and that number still looks high, you mean you can't sit them down and say, we'd like to have you drop it by 50 grand or what?
Yeah, absolutely not. It's if it's too high, then it's either we award it or council has to reject all bids. Yeah. We'll have to look at ways to reduce prices and then rebid it. But there's no way to negotiate after they bid it. It's requirements of state law to kind of do that. I wish we could. That would be really fun to do. And
maybe you got to go the other way. The sort of says before you send the RFP out, get somebody to sit down and say, here's a rational number of what we expect that's going to cost. See if you can hit it. I mean, I'm just trying to put some governor. I mean, I just look, like I said, Long Beach is doing an Olympic-sized skate park for $5 million, 25,000 square feet. We're doing half of that and spending $5 million. So it just there seems to be some disconnect there someplace.
It's just the bidding environment and location and the contractors available. Sometimes you have to get really lucky on contractors and timing on projects to do it. And I wish there was a way to get that process done a little bit differently, but state law prohibits.
Gotcha. Marianne? Yeah, okay, thank you. That was so haggling is not in our future, unfortunately, because I'm good at it. Okay, so I still would like to know who is our treasurer, because it seems like I would love an answer on that.
Don't go, Rob.
Please, thank you. And I am also impressed by this Renee. She's very good. Thank you.
Treasurer is, I can't think of her last name, it's Ruthie
Quinto.
She is a contract employee. We pay her $2,000 a month, and she provides us the investment portfolio that you see once a month, and that's about it. Most of the work is done by the staff here. And by the way, there's 3 employees to the city council. One is the city manager, one is the city attorney, and the other is the treasurer.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken. I think technically the treasurer that we employ is an entity that Ruthie is the sole member of.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with the nonprofits, the grants that you were talking about, does council get to weigh in on those? Because it seems like we have all different priorities here, where somebody might be safety, somebody might be the arts, I might be students. Does the council ever get to discuss what we would like to see that money going towards?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Great.
As I said, the ANF committee went through all the applications and made recommendations, but it's now before the full city council, and the council can make any adjustments it pleases.
Perfect, so we can discuss that further. Yes, I think it just snowed in Tahoe, so I'm very worried about our future here with more disasters. I don't know how we're going to keep going at this rate. Do we have a grant writer? We
Yes.
do. Yeah. Cool. On staff, or are they contracted out?
No, they're contracted out.
Okay. And I see that we have an administrative assistant at the Rebuild Center. So do we look at like how staff moves around within the city, where we're hiring out new part-timers, or do we audit sort of the who does what and if they move around?
Constantly.
Constantly.
Great. We have a weekly meeting with Human Resources to review not only existing positions, but we're also looking quite frankly at these 20 vacancies to ensure that the process to fulfill those spots is happening.
Okay. And then I guess to Joe's question is, can we reallocate the $290,000 that was for something that was earlier, that was Big Rock and Moon Shadows, I believe. The crosswalks. Marianne had a point that they still need to be there, but.
Well, I think if you could explain where those funds came from for that and maybe why it can't be reallocated.
Thank you.
A couple things. Those funds are Measure M and Measure R transportation funds that are used for specific projects, most specifically on transportation-related projects on PCH. 2 of those projects, one of them is located at Big Rock, where there's some improvements, there's some signage, there's some safety improvements that are going to be done at the intersection at PCH. And at Big Rock, I think there's some advanced warning signs and some things are going on with that. But also some improvements that were going to be constructed adjacent to the Moon Shadows, which includes some pedestrian improvements. We were thinking about looking into putting in a pedestrian signal there. So we have funding on that. We're moving forward with the preliminary design with that project, and we're going to see how we can still keep that in there. And once we get closer to kind of finalizing that project, we can kind of think if we still want to move forward with that, or put it on hold and kind of see what's going to happen with the Moon Shadows rebuild. I think Mayor Riggins mentioned about some beach access locations about over there too, and we're looking at that too and seeing if it makes sense to relocate a little bit that's adjacent to that. So there's some opportunities to still keep that moving going forward. So those are the two projects. There's another project that's allocating funds for the total redesign of Las Flores and Ramble Pacifico and PCH. There's some Measure M funds to actually do that. Keep in mind, both of these projects were identified in the 2015 PCH safety study, and they were identified as top priority projects by City Council by about 3 or 4 years ago. And so we're proceeding on forward on kind of developing those projects and working with the Public Works Commission to kind of more refine those. Those are just starting, and so we're developing, like I mentioned, developing those plans and design and working with the community to make those improvements.
Great, thank you. That's it for me.
Did you want to talk about reallocation of the general fund grants, or are you happy with the?
It's hard for me to, because I didn't get any presentations or what people are asking for. I mean, we could talk about it, but I would need more. I think this is time sensitive, and I didn't do any.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of what the money would be going towards exactly, and I would need more fine details as to where the money would be going and how it would be spent.
Okay.
But thank you.
Doug?
Okay, thank you. First thing, Renee's not here, but she's here in her book. And the team put this together, and Bruce is right. It looks similar to the years before, but it's not. If you look what happened the last half of the fiscal year, the first part of this calendar year, everything is topsy-turvy. And thanks to the team that started almost from the beginning of the year to what we have tonight, everything had to change. And they've done a yeoman's job of getting this done. And I've got to thank Candace as well as the rest of the squad and Richard. You guys gave us a budget. It's a last minute to arrive, but you put a lot of work in this, and thank you for all your effort on it. The things that changed, though, you look at our income and where our reserves went, we got to address two issues here fairly quickly. And Bruce is right. FEMA money took up a lot of our cash because we have to spend it. Then you submit a claim for the money, and FEMA, in effect, has an interest-free loan for as long as they sit on it, and then they decide how much they're going to give to you. As a banker that worked with SBA loans, they do the same thing. You turn the forms in, you wait months, they send you back something. I mean, it makes the approval process for a construction permit seem quick, and it may take you 4 or 5 years to get your money back. It's ridiculously long. Candace and I have had a conversation about bringing a consulting firm in that does this on a professional basis in DC to get their money back quicker and make sure it's approved. And I think that's worthy to do. We need to get this back before something happens to our funding sources to get it. And that money, when it comes back, replenishes our reserves, which I go back to a comment Yaroslawski made to one of the earlier councils, and he said, you may have a great reserve, but you're only as good as your next disaster. And that's what we're lucky enough to have the cash on hand to be able to fund this stuff, as opposed to, say, Los Angeles and some of the other places that don't have enough money to fund their FEMA expenses. So let's get it clawed back as fast as we can. So I think we want to get the FEMA consultant in. The next issue we have is we've got a major shortfall, not in property tax, because the state budget AB 100 took care of that with this backfill. But the issue of sales tax revenue and transit occupancy tax is a real issue. We've lost over $5 million in 6 months on revenue over what we projected. And it's not coming back until we get it back. So we need to encourage that as much as we can. I know we've talked about having one of the new adds to the administrative staff be in charge of economic development. I think that is critical. And you know, we talk about getting the residents back in their houses, but we need to be talking about the businesses getting back in business. And that's a critical factor here. And just as we've lost $5 million in 6 months, hopefully we don't lose $10 million in 12. We've got to get this, we've got to get the blood back in the veins here. The comment about homelessness, speaks to not being aware of the situation of how homeless operates. If you go back to Bruce's comment, 4 or 5 years ago, once again, when I was on Public Safety Commission, we were dealing with 250 to 300 homeless people by defined count. The reason we have 33 today is because we've worked that number down, but every day there are new homeless people coming in town, and you've got to help them or help the people that have already been here move on. We don't send our problems to somewhere else. That's not the Malibu way of doing it. We help these people get back on their feet or get back to a better place. It's not necessarily getting them in a house, it's getting their problem solved. And it is, as I refer to it, one agenda at a time. Each one of these is their own story. And that's what we're paying for, is to have Malibu to have a heart and talk to these people. And some of you have heard me refer to this as the ham sandwich theory. They're trying to work with these people by offering them a sandwich or something to even talk to them. Break down the barriers. It doesn't happen overnight. You need a professional team to do it. And that's the reason why Malibu is successful and these other places are not. We're investing to make sure that we take care of these people, and we also make sure that Malibu doesn't have a homeless problem. So it's money well spent in my estimation. Skate park. I think Steve is right. You know, Palm Beach has got a budget for $5 million for twice the area. If you go back 8 or 9 months ago, our budget was $2.5 million for the skate park. And then the bids came in. And we also wanted to have somebody that was going to build the right kind of a skate park, a quality skate park. If you think about it, it's real easy to throw some concrete down, and the kids with their skates, boards and everything, soon knock the edges off of it and it starts falling apart. We're trying to get a quality park here, and yeah, it's costing us more money than we anticipated, but we promised the skate park, we're going to deliver the skate park. So I'm in favor of the budget we've got on the table here. I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
Okay. Do we want to wait for a second till I get to have my comments, or?
I'll second, but we'll
Okay.
continue to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, one of my first thing was going to be on the skate park. Our Public Works Director did warn us that by releasing the bid when we did run the risk of having higher than expected bids come back, and we were willing to go forward with that because getting the park built was important. And there are a number of other things. I don't know the details on the Long Beach Park. You know, ours is including elaborate landscaping. We've got a restroom facilities. There's a connection to the wastewater treatment plant. There's a number of parking facility improvements that have to be done out there. So it's not just a skate park that we're building. We are building a whole new section to the park that's going to have additional amenities besides just the skate park. Rob, before I say that, everybody keeps referring to as the fire brigades. I was reminded by the brigade, they're called the community brigade, not the fire brigade. So it would be good if everybody referred to, that wasn't to you, that everybody referred to them as the community brigade, because that is their official title. And it encompasses more than just supporting the fire department. So the assessment districts. It was brought up, but I believe we approved that assessment district at our last council meeting. Were there changes that should have been made to the Big Rock district, or
No,
am I confusing things on?
It's, yeah, the last council meeting we did, or you did approve the assessments for the next fiscal year. But just kind of give you a little bit of background and what we've been doing. The fires did create a tremendous amount of damage to the dewatering system. And we've been working tirelessly replacing pumps and equipment and things that we would typically want to do with a revised assessment district. But we've been able to do that replacing all the equipment because of the fire, and we are including that into our FEMA claim. So all those things that, majority of those things that we're going to do to upgrade those pumps and equipment is being done now because they were damaged from the fires. And so silver lining in that is everything, there's a lot of majority of the equipment is now being upgraded and replaced. So some of those things that were requested earlier are not really needed because things are going to be replaced and they're going to be brand new.
Okay, great. And then just the other thing I had, there was talk about helping our business and everything else. And I was disappointed that we didn't have the item on the temporary use permits under here. I understand, I'm not quite sure why that had to be delayed, but that is one of those things that is supposed to be an additional thing to help businesses be able to advertise and generate business. So I'm looking forward to that being on the July 14th meeting and hoping that we can make decisions on that. I want to say thank you to all the staff for everything on this. I'm going to reiterate, I would like to see the changes to our salary ranges so all our directors, including our city clerk, is also included. That I was remiss in not including her. But that we get a little bit more unification between the directors in the salary ranges. So I hope that we can work with our interim city manager, we can work with our future city managers, that can be accomplished before I leave council. So that being said, thank you to the ANF. I know it was a big lift to go through all the grant requests and come up with a recommendation on your numbers. I don't envy that job and the things that you have to make decisions on. So thank you very much for doing that work. And if there's no other discussion, take a vote. We have a first and a second. Do you want a roll call or an all in favor? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None? Congratulations, we have a budget. We'll look forward to the mid-year. Hopefully we'll have good news. Okay, it technically is after 10:30. We have one item left on our agenda. Do I hear a motion to hear item 7A?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Okay, we'll go forward with item 7A. Do we have a staff report or what is it that? This is for the Rebuilding Authority, a letter being sent to LA County regarding that. Do we have a staff report? If not, we can go to public comment.
I can provide some brief remarks.
Okay, great.
So we received the request from council to proactively consider the proposal being developed by Supervisor Lindsay Horvath to establish a rebuild authority. And this idea comes from the work of the county's Blue Ribbon Commission on climate action and fire safe recovery. At their event that a few of us attended last Friday, they released this comprehensive report, which is the first time we were able to see in detail all of the different, I'll put it as the scope of the Rebuild Authority. And so what we would like to know this evening is, are there certain considerations that you would like staff to emphasize or prioritize? For example, in this report, they talk about establishing a governing board to help ensure that Malibu is represented in the decision-making process of this Rebuild Authority. It could be advantageous to have, one or more, possibly, members of the City Council or appointed representatives of the City of Malibu be included on that governing board. If there's any particular items that you think are appropriate to consider or not appropriate to consider, please inform us now. We can include that in our correspondence with the supervisor's office. Things to consider include infrastructure. We just went through some of our infrastructure needs, which are quite extensive. In addition to going after reimbursement from the federal government, we might be able to tap into the resources of the Rebuild Authority to help offset maybe a portion or ideally our full costs. The Rebuild Authority could also potentially have the ability to help with, say, land banking. That is a particular point of emphasis in Altadena, which historically had a more mixed income community. And so they're very fearful of investors acquiring modestly sized lots, assembling them, redeveloping them such that they would be cost prohibitive for lower income residents to reoccupy. Maybe that isn't something that we're as focused on here in Malibu, but maybe we are concerned about, land banking for other purposes. Maybe that's something that we want to stay away from entirely. We're very open to what direction the council is willing to provide to us this evening, and we will, of course, follow up with the supervisor's office and ensure that as these ideas are being further developed, we would, make sure that Malibu's interests are represented.
Okay. Do we have a clarifying point or public comment?
Yeah, I just have a clarifying point. It's not a question, but it is clarification. As I understand it, the motion by Supervisor Horvath that we're being asked to take a position on or not is not a motion to do those things. It's a motion to investigate whether to do those things. So she's not asking the Board of Supervisors to approve a plan. She's asking simply that they direct the county staff to investigate this, correct?
Yes, that's correct. One point of clarification: in our extensive communication with the supervisor's staff, they've encouraged us to develop as specific feedback requests as possible, so as they pursue this investigation process, that they can incorporate what this community feels would best serve its interests. So, yeah.
Hold my comments obviously until after we hear from the public.
Just a little clarifying comment on Bruce's. I think that was correct when they presented this to the county supervisors. It was 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think, is when they did it. But that was before they had the Blue Ribbon Commission. So they're making progress on this, and what might have been a little bit more of an air ball back then is now starting to take shape. And I think the Blue Ribbon Commission report will be the foundation for what they come back with. It is beginning to give them the four corners of the proposal. So as we look at the book, I think this is where this is headed, and I'll have some comments on that in a few moments.
Okay, we'll go forward with public comment. Do we have any online hands?
There's one raised hand.
Okay, no additional raised hands. And that'll be the last public speaker coming towards me. So Joe Drummond, followed by Scott Dietrich, followed by Wade Major.
I have strong feelings about this. I do not think the county should have any responsibility over our rebuilds. For instance, look at how they've handled the homeless situation since 2021. They did a Blue Ribbon Commission for that, and they only just voted in March to transfer everything to the county. The county is in charge of the mental health of the homeless, and they have not done anything for the homeless in that regard. I mean, we have people suffering with mental health, attempted murders on our streets and beaches, and no decrease in unhoused numbers in the county at all. And the county approved only a quarter of the rebuilds after Woolsey as compared to our city after 4 years. So they have not proven they can manage this properly. The brush clearance is state mandated, so we don't need more of our taxes to fund this that the county or state has not completed, and in fact blocked several times in our community in Big Rock. The MRCA has now been ordered to complete this, and they are apparently working on this with our county fire departments for a change. Plus, Drew Smith is working on goat deployment, etc., and we are under better care with him in charge. Land banking can be done without this authority being in place. The county can buy whatever lots they want. The requested action to support LA County as the rebuilding authority would require a contractual relationship that must not be committed to, as we must not delegate this authority away. Our city, with a good collaboration with our residents, the Malibu Rebuild Task Force, we can handle this. Mutual collaboration versus being led is most important. Less government, more private and resident action is the path forward on this matter. The county and state government people who take our tax dollars have all the responsibilities failed us us miserably with the lack of preparation and service on January 7th, and they have demonstrated their inability to hold themselves to brush clearance and fire-safe mandates put upon us and sacrificed our properties as a result. We do not want to be led by them. They can offer things and present options, but not lead this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, followed by Wade, followed by Daniel.
Thank you. Hell no. We don't want to give up what we fought so hard to do in 1991. Look, those of us, I mean, it's late, but we're here in front of you. You live here. Ambassador Bond lives here. We've got our staff, only a few left now, but, you know, we trust them. We rely on them. The idea of handing this over, it's just unfathomable. I hope we don't do that. I have not, of course, seen the book, and I'd like to. Maybe there's things we can work together with the county, but no. You know, our trust is you guys, the decisions you make, the presentations of our staff. And, you know, we've proven that we can do this and we can work together. We have an emergency situation we've never confronted. And what do? We started to think outside the box. And as Joe said, what has the county done? They didn't do a good job of preparing for the fire. Look what we did with the homeless and the numbers that you guys talked about and why it's down to 33 from 300. It's best left at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Wade, Daniel, Darren.
Scott stole all my thunder. I think this is a big old grab bag of stuff that doesn't really belong together. And there are some good ideas here, and there are some terrible ideas here. And I think it's up to you guys to sort of pull it apart. And, you know, a lot of us still have memories of 35 years ago. We fought bitterly to get away from the county. Thank God we did. This is no time to go running back to them. If anybody thinks that the county bureaucracy can handle 14,000 rebuilds, you're crazy. They couldn't handle 1,000. They're going to be struggling. Everyone we know in Sunset Mesa is having hard headaches right now. So there's no conceivable way that as well-intentioned as I think this is. My first thought was, and I know that Supervisor Horvath means well with this, my first thought was this is like, hey, Yolanda, congratulations on your new job, and now let's dismantle it. Congratulations on your rebuild center. Now you can, but let's close it so you can drive 26 miles to the planning department on Temple Street and then 37 miles to building and safety in Arcadia. This is, from Malibu, this is nuts. There's just nothing that's appealing about that. However, if you pull this apart, things like, you know, some of the stuff that they're talking about, I mean, they're talking about rebuild centers. We're already doing that. We're doing fine. But some of these public-private partnerships to help with the financing aspect, I think that's interesting. Land banking, that may be interesting. We're really very aware of the fact that we've got developers licking their chops and thinking that they're just going to start buying up beach properties and go crazy in Malibu. We need to be mindful that they're knocking at the door. The wolf is at the door. So maybe land banking has a role to play. Some of the other stuff they're talking about, you know, streamlining, I think we can do a better job. We can look at their checklist, but we don't want them doing it. I think we look at their checklist and say, great ideas. We'll do a better job because we're small and we're Malibu. So, I mean, I think there are pieces of this that we can look at. We don't want them taking over any of our process, yield none of our hard-fought sovereignty. We worked too hard at it. We shed too much blood for it. But pull out these other little pieces in there where they can do some of the things that we've been asking them to do that only the county can do, financing and lobbying higher authorities. I think there's some merit there. So you guys will do the right thing.
Thank you. Daniel, Darren, And Ryan Embry.
Hi, Council. Thank you. I'm also a little confused about this. So much of what Supervisor Horvath talked about in that motion makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure if she's saying you get all these great things if you hand over authority. I have to think about it. If the county, rather than the city of Malibu, were placed in charge, is there a real chance that my house will be rebuilt faster? I think there is. That's why I struggle here. Does the county possess the requisite expertise to solve the myriad issues our special little city presents? Will they listen to and be able to respond appropriately on a case-by-case basis to resident concerns? On that, I'm not so sure. I believe in the city of Malibu. I believe in their capability, their judgment, and their specific knowledge of our neighborhoods and our needs. I believe in their desire to get us back in our homes. I wanted to speak to them. A lot of them aren't here. I hope they understand the ancillary efforts or the ancillary effects of a delay in Eastern Malibu's return, effects on the city as a whole, the budget, not just on fire victims. Time remains of the essence. Your skate park probably costs twice as much as it needs to because your contractor knows that he has to deal with Malibu building and safety. I think a crossroads like this can serve as an opportunity for reflection. If Supervisor Horvath's motion fails to gain traction and we keep the status quo, okay, but I hope that the city understands the great responsibility that they bear. We are trusting you to shepherd us home. I hope that means something to you every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren, followed by Ryan Embry.
Good evening. Good to see you. Sorry about earlier when I called in. I was driving. I got stuck in Santa Cruz this afternoon on PCH of all places, and it took longer to get here than I thought. I did read the agenda report on this on Friday, and then I heard the presentation, and it seems like maybe the intent of the suggestion from Lindsay Horvath was different from how I read it. How I read it was they seem to be horning in on your sovereign municipality and want to take away building department rights. What the gentleman just said didn't seem to be that way. It seemed like they were inviting somebody to help them with their efforts as it relates to Malibu and the county issues that have an effect on us, such as fire suppression in the mountains around Malibu, rather than the rebuilding of homes in Malibu. I think that we need time to digest the Blue Ribbon Report. I haven't had a chance to read it. It's 90 some odd pages. It was released 3 days ago. It's more than 90 pages. Okay, well, so we need time to read it, and I think you need time to read it. There's probably many good ideas in it, but yes, they can be adopted and taken and ran with here rather than downtown LA. I think LA DBS is as problematic as any building department. One good thing they have is Epic LA. It's not needed. Malibu can handle its own permit processing without digital infrastructure. Another good thing that they have done was reach out to or accept suggestions from the Foothill Catalog in Altadena. I don't know if that means anything to you, but the nonprofit Foothill Catalog worked with Altadena architects to put together 10 or so, I don't know, architectural designs that have pre-approval. They've reached out to me, and they will reach out to you independent of LA County. You don't need to go through LA County to hear what they have to offer. They'll probably be coming here in August to talk to everybody about what they can do. That would be a good idea. So that's one of the good ideas suggested by the Blue Ribbon Committee. And then if we did end up going into discussions with LADBS, I'm afraid they would treat us like the spoiled stepchildren. They're going to be too busy with every citizen of the Pacific Palisades and Altadena, and our problems are going to just be piled on top of their problems, but they're going to put our applications at the bottom of their pile rather than giving them the attention that we deserve. So I think, as Danny and Wade said, putting trust in the building department here is the right thing to do. For 34 years, they've been aware of and helping define the issues that we're all facing, and their expertise is paramount. So why would we give it up? So thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, I'd like, you could consider this a two-edged sword or a two-way street, because it's almost preliminary in that this report has just now been made available. Most people have not reviewed it fully. And your staff needs to tell you how time sensitive this is. When is the proposed motion going to the Board of Supervisors? Can you meet again? Because this might be worthy of a special meeting. Because the county has, they call themselves an authority or not, they're already an authority pretty much. They have the funding mechanism available that I spoke to earlier, and that is to have property-specific advancement of funds which can be secured by that property to use its funding specifically for the improvements, build better. And that's something we need to partner with the county for, because we don't have that much money in the bank. We can't loan people money at Zippo interest for 30 years. So, but the county can work that through. They also can work in parallel with the city. I don't think you just turn over the keys as it's being interpreted here one way or the other. They're asking for feedback on this proposal. It's not a done deal yet. But the financial impacts are important for such as the big projects I keep speaking about. None of you seem to be picking up on it or elaborating on it. But the water distribution system here was identified to need $250 million worth of work, and that was in 2014 dollars. And by the way, the county's really good at doubling the cost of a project, because when they tried to sewer Malibu in the 80s, that number just kept doubling every few years. And look what happened when our city tried to build a sewage treatment plant. What did it go up? Quad? I mean, it just really. So the getting PCH and that water main fixed is something that needs to probably happen in relation to this fire. And the undergrounding is very important to also occur. The fire breaks, the prescribed burns need to happen. And so the county continues to keep 94% of our funds. This is our time to speak up and say how we want our county to serve us. And if not relinquish authority to them, but maybe use them as the funding mechanism. Work with Lindsay Horvath's office. We haven't had a county supervisor as conducive to our needs since Zev Yaroslawski. So, but let's get the answer to the timeline, and so that we have time to review the report, and maybe you can continue this item.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person. Do we still have our virtual speaker?
Jim Rogers.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, thanks for your time and thanks for all you're doing on the fire rebuilds. I think everybody's heart's in the right place, the concepts are right, but you know, I agree. I think I'd rather see Malibu get this right than hand over authority. But I think Malibu needs, the council needs to do some self-reflection. The numbers I've seen are Palisades has issued 85 building permits to date. Malibu has issued 0. I think you need to really ask why that is. I'm the perfect case. We had our plans submitted in March. We're doing like for like. The initial plan review went great. We got through that stage pretty quickly. But then we hit things like fire and having to validate that we've got turnaround areas and fixture count. The fixture count, the records show 4 less than what we had, even though we have pictures of every fixture. So we cave and we're going to put in less, but still now we can't get geo approval, even though we're on a flat lot, we're building the same structure and everything else. I think even though the concept is fire rebuilds should be different, we're being treated the same. The geology of the land hasn't changed. The turnaround spots, the driveway hasn't changed by the fire, and yet we're held up on all these things. I would love to be in the middle of building right now, and we can't get to that point. So yeah, I think, and the other point is, people say talk to Abe Roy. Abe's great. We have been talking to him about this, but he's, you know, it's a step in the right direction, but we're not there because he's kind of a, you know, he's got no authority, right? He can just talk to people, and like they're saying, he talks maybe an hour a week about all the issues, so things aren't progressing. So while I don't think handing over full authority to another entity will solve it, I think the council should really look hard at, is staff accomplishing the goal of fast tracking fire rebuilds? Because there's a lot of things that, like I say, we're just not progressing. Thanks.
Thank you. So that'll conclude public comments. Back up to the council. Who would like to start? Okay, Bruce.
I'd be happy to go first. So, first of all, as I said earlier, the request here is not, by the supervisor, is not to implement any of these things. The request is to direct the staff of the county to study whether it makes sense and to come back with a formal proposal. As I always say up here, when somebody proposes that we look into something, I think it's generally worthwhile to look into things. You never know what you're going to find. And in fact, a lot of times I'll propose that we look into something and we'll get up into a debate about whether the thing that I want to look into makes sense, or someone else will propose it and get into a debate about whether it makes sense. That's putting the cart before the horse. Right now, the question is whether this is worth looking into, not whether it's worth doing. As Ryan said, and I made note of this, Supervisor Horvath has been a real friend to Malibu. She has been more helpful to us than anyone I can remember. I haven't been around here as long as a lot of others, but she's been the most helpful member of the Board of Supervisors. And I don't see that changing if this were to go forward. And she's asked for our support for her motion. Again, her motion to direct a study. And the way I look at it is she's come through for us when we've asked her for support on things. She hasn't always succeeded, but she's tried. And she's asking us for support for something. This is a no-brainer to me. We should be supporting her effort to look into this. Now, I think there's a misconception about what she's looking even to accomplish through this study. I don't see this as a power grab. I don't see this as an effort to take control of our rebuilding process. I see this as a supplement. She talks about things like fundraising, which the county definitely is going to be better at doing than the city, than our city. And I submitted a letter, by the way, in support of this when she first made the proposal. It ended up getting continued because the hearing that day went on forever on various other matters, and that one just got left aside. But I noted, the city of Los Angeles, we've got three entities here. The county, because the fire affected parts of the unincorporated county, the city of Los Angeles, where substantial damage in the Palisades, and here. The county is our buffer for competition with the city of Los Angeles. We can't compete with them. They're the 800-pound gorilla, and they're grabbing all of the benefits that are available to help, the financial benefits that are available to help with the process. If the county steps in as the 900-pound gorilla, they can actually help us get an equitable proportion of the bananas, which right now are being taken by the city. That was one of the things I saw as a real benefit to this. She talks about economies of scale. In fact, that's something I had advocated the city, I wasn't on the council, the city do during the Woolsey fire, and it didn't, after the Woolsey fire, it didn't do it. But she's talking about having the county negotiate with suppliers to buy materials and possibly services using scale. We don't have that scale. The county has that scale because, again, the county would also include the city of Los Angeles. So there's an absolute benefit that's available there if they study this, decide to go forward with it, and tackle that. Lobbying, we can lobby all we want, and again, we're the little chimp doing the lobbying. If the 900-pound gorilla is doing the lobbying, we have a better chance of getting what's being lobbied for. Now, they may not want to lobby for all the things we would want, but we still have the ability to do it on our own. But why not take advantage of a larger capacity to handle that? So there are other things in here too like that. So to me, this is a no-brainer. We are being asked by a friend to provide support for a motion to investigate something. There are many of the things that are being sought to be investigated that could redound to our benefit. I don't see things in here. I don't see this as taking over our building department. I don't see this as taking over the building process in Malibu. And lastly, to the extent that we have concerns about that, to the extent that we have things that we want them to consider in this exploration, I don't think this forum right now is the forum for doing that. I think behind the scenes discussions with the supervisor and her staff are the place to be raising those concerns if they go forward with this investigation. So for all those reasons, I believe we ought to support the motion. I've already done it in my own individual capacity. And I'm hoping that the council will direct the interim city manager or the mayor to submit a letter in support of the motion.
Who would like to go next?
I'll go. Yeah, at first glance, when I first got this, I was definitely supportive because I was, she's been a friend to us, and I also took it as not overpowering us or commandeering us or taking control of Malibu. In listening to all of you guys, I started, thinking, uh-oh, I might have been wrong about some things. So now I'm just reconsidering if our taxes, how our taxes here in Malibu would affect them, if they know that we are a big piggy bank. I would like to have some answers. And I know that there's also a timeline because it did get moved and there's a deadline. And I think it is time sensitive. But again, I also think it's just an investigation. It's not anything that is mandatory that we are going to be stuck with. I think like the fundraising is a great idea, but we didn't see much of the fire aid. And of course, like if we're going to look at history, which technically predicts the future, Malibu hasn't had a big presence or seat at the table. So to your point, Deputy, I think it's a great idea to have representation, and maybe a little bit longer down the road, if this were to be passed and supported and we discussed it more, we would have some seats at the table finally. I did get the book. I went to the meeting. I thought it was really interesting. And, in reading through it, she says the first rebuilding permits have been issued with a total review and issuance time of currently averaging just 25 business days, which is pretty interesting to me. I also find it really uplifting that you guys have so much trust in all of us and the staff. If anything great came from the last 25 minutes, it was that you guys are fans of our staff and the Rebuild Center and all of these efforts. And I'm really happy to hear all of that feedback. I'm interested in the land banking. I am interested in, once this gets passed, if it gets passed, like, can we pick and choose what we are interested in? Generally, I'm a fan of small government. And, I do worry about how this bigger entity the 600-pound gorilla will sit on us and squash us. But that being said, I am still in favor of supporting it because I don't think that this is the end-all be-all. I think it's just a discussion, and I do like the supervisor. I like that, I think that this is great what she put together. I want to make sure, though, that we're not supporting something that corners us into anything we feel uncomfortable doing. So that's for now. Thank you.
Doug, Steve?
Well, I think, a lot's been said, and I tend to agree with a lot what Bruce says. Look, this is an investigation. And you go through the list of people that are on the Blue Ribbon Committee, there's some smart people there. They come up with some good ideas, and I think we do have the opportunity, if this thing goes forward, to sort of sit down behind the scenes, talk to the supervisor and say, this is what we want to play, and we don't think playing with that game is going to work for us. So, there's a lot of upside just to have this thing go forward and find out what it gives us. and we don't have to commit to anything. All right? This is an exploratory process, and I'm all in favor of doing that because, look, there's a lot of smart people there, and I think when we get to the end of this thing, there'll be some things they come up with that can help us out. So I'm in favor of supporting her effort.
Doug?
Okay, I think it's very clear. By the way, Halen's absolutely right. In 25 minutes, she made me feel like we've done some things correct here. You'd be surprised how often we hear about all the things we've done wrong. So thank you for your positive comments. 30 minutes, all right. The thing that Bruce said about Lindsay Horvath is absolutely correct. We have got a friend that is a really good friend. I don't know that we've ever had a moment when we've said we don't agree with you. And this is not that moment. I think we do agree with what she's trying to do. I made some comments to some of the people that in the Big Rock the other day, and the comment was, you know, we're focused on short term right now. You know, how do I get my power pole down? How do I get my permit for the geology? And we've got to start thinking long term. And that's what this report really is. It's about how do we get the infrastructure prepared to be able to get the houses rebuilt. Not about what we're doing today or tomorrow about getting debris clear, but how do we get building supplies in? How do we get people to work in these areas? Where do we have people live while they're working at them? So this is the long view versus the short view. And I think it's an excellent opportunity to be doing that. However, here's where I have a problem with this. If you read the report, and I've had the benefit of skimming it and I sat through the presentation, it's for somebody other than Malibu. This is a presentation about urban rebuilding, not rural rebuilding. And I'll give you a perfect example of the land bank, page 80. It's a great first impression. You go, okay, well, we'll land bank the properties that people need to sell. Right. Well, the first problem I have is how are you going to determine what the price is? If you look at the MRCA, the way they pay for vacant lots, we'll never be able to afford to rebuild on those things. They kind of overpay in my estimation. But my preference would be let the market establish what the prices are. You don't have to have the county come in and buy it and then have to resell it to somebody. But when you read the report on page 80, it basically says they'll make adjustments to the easements and trying to read the comment here. Easements and other purchase available lands, fair prices for homeowners and developers and aggregators. So let's give you for example, let's say that there's 4 or 5 lots in Big Rock that are contiguous. You now have the opportunity for the county to come in and buy an assemblage and sell it to a developer. And they may even have the ability in this provision to have higher density. So there could be sitting in the middle of Big Rock, a multi-unit apartment building of 4 or 5 stories, which bypasses our other requirements. This is about urban thinking in a rural setting. So I think we want to support this as an opportunity to see what can be done. But this isn't for us. We need to have a reservation in our response letter that says, we see this as many of the things that are urban influenced, and we need to retain our rural setting and rural mission. And I'll give you another example. When you look at the fire prevention things they want to do, the urban interface fire prevention, well, that's great to say in Eaton, where you've got dense housing. And let's say it's a parcel tax based upon the risk in the area. Well, they've got a lot of houses, not much area to defend. Here's Malibu, 20 square miles, not many houses. So if you're going to have the same urban interface situation in a rural setting, and you want to have this kind of protection, it's going to cost far more per unit than it's going to cost in Eaton and Altadena. So once again, I come back to, we need to be supportive of this because there is opportunity here. But we also need to put the caveat to them, look, we're in favor of a lot of things you're doing on long-term planning. And we are going to need your assistance in funding. And I think it's page 170 or so that talks about the sewer system specifically in Malibu and how it needs to be put in place. If you read their report, it says you're not going to put septic tanks in, you're going to put sewers in. And we've already said this is a slippery slope potentially. Too big of a sewer system, now you start to have development potential. What do you want to have development potential along the land banking properties that you bought along PCH? That suddenly can become a hotel? Once again, we need to be cautious about what we agree to. We want to be a rural setting with our rural rules, try and say that quickly, and keeps our city the way we intend it to be, not for future development, but to keep development down to what we consider to be rural development. So I agree we should be responsive to this with the idea that we are not pro-development, we are pro-Malibu, we want to have keep our rural setting, and we certainly want to be a party to this. And when it comes to funding, this may be a better opportunity for us. We're not going to be able to put the sewer system in, for example, if it costs $124 million. We already have $100 million of debt in this town. So you're going to put another $128 million on it? Not possible. Somebody's going to have to help us fund it. It's going to take somebody like a Rebuild Authority to help us do it, or we're going to be on septic tanks. But we have to have the option, unlike what it may say in here, to be able to do septic tanks or sewer. And that's got to be our call, not the authorities. So I would like to see us come back with a response letter that says we're all in to help you with it, but we want to reserve our rights to remain a rural setting, not an urban setting, as much of this talks about. And it's not that they're being unfair to us. The people that wrote this live in the Palisades, Altadena. They are dense populated areas. It's an urban setting. We're not that. We have 10,000 people in 20 square miles. That's us, that's them. But we need a lot of the things they can do for us, and we need to be supportive of it. Okay?
Yeah, and I will say that as many of the comments from the speakers, I too read it the first way of, no, wait, we're not turning over our rebuilding authority. We got this. The one thing I'm confident in, and I appreciate getting the feedback from residents, is in our now community development department to navigate our way through here. So it was great to hear that back. But when I reread it, when I had conversations, when I attended the Blue Ribbon Committee, I started seeing the bigger picture of what this rebuilding authority it is. It isn't necessarily the actual processing of permits and things like that. That we will still retain. This is giving us the benefit of having the larger ability to try and find solutions to bring down the cost of reconstruction. That's been the biggest thing that I have when I'm in conversations with people is, I know the reality is we're looking at somewhere between $1,000 and $1,200 a square foot to rebuild in Malibu. And we've got to bring that cost down. And one of the ways we do that is the economy of scale, is finding ways that we can bring down what makes that come up so high. So if we can get that down to $900 a square foot, that's going to give a better opportunity for our residents to actually have a realistic idea of being able to rebuild. As Doug said, the information about the sewers, if that is something that we investigate and we find that is the right thing to be done, we are going to need help with financing and things. And this rebuilding authority will be able to help find those creative funding possibilities out there. Working with the county and the state on the fuel loads within the Santa Monica Mountains, actually coming up with realistic requirements for every property owner, public or private, to make sure that they are keeping those fuel loads down so we don't have these gargantuan fires. The climate is changing, 100%, but it's also been mismanaged in those lands. And we didn't have fires like this in the 70s and the 80s because that fuel did not grow to this intensity. And that is something that we absolutely have to work together. And some of the stuff that can come out of the authority with that. I agree. I think this is something that we should take the next step. Supervisor Horvath has been an incredible ally to us. She is just brilliant and considerate and thoughtful, and she is a powerhouse, and she listens to what people's concerns are and makes adjustments that are appropriate. So I agree that I think that we should be there to support her. She's supported us, and this is the right thing to do. But we will consider to work as a council and as a city to make sure that the unique characteristics of our community are front and paramount, and that we don't get drowned out in our voice by the other bigger entities at the table and such, that we are making sure that Malibu is just as important and just as valued as our voices on that table.
I'd like to make a motion that we empower Ambassador Bond to send a letter in support of the motion, expressing appropriate caveats about the things we've discussed tonight, of ensuring that we participate in the investigation and that Malibu's unique and rural nature be taken into account, and that we support this as something that would supplement our rebuilding efforts, not something that would supplant our rebuilding efforts.
And I'll second that. With the one of those things is just really strengthening that our zoning and our general plan absolutely needs to be respected, and we don't want to turn this into an urban area. That we don't want more density as a requirement of participating in the benefits that this can bring.
To be clear, is that letter to be sent by the mayor or by the city manager?
I'm indifferent. The motion was the city manager, but if Marianne wants to send it as the mayor, I'm happy to amend the motion to that effect.
Which do we think is the stronger?
I would think coming from the mayor representing the council, I think the city manager can draft an excellent letter. I know her writing skills are superb. I've seen it in action. But I think it needs to come from the mayor and represent the thoughts and support of the city council with the reservations that we've got.
I'll accept that amendment to the motion. Will you?
Sure. I do say we are a city manager form of government. I actually believe that the city manager is a more important person within the city than the mayor, which is a ceremonial position. It's just like sending it from a city council member. But I'm fine with that amendment.
So it's to be drafted by the city manager, but then approved and signed by the mayor. Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay, and then we have a request to adjourn our meeting in the honor of the LAPD officer.
Sergeant Xiao Dang, who passed this morning.
So
I believe there was a resident that, not a resident, a civilian that died in that as well.
Oh,
I don't know the name,
too.
but I believe there
Oh,
was.
yeah, both. Is that right?
Or was it civilian that died?
Oh.
Please be careful out there on the
I think he's a sheriff's
roadway.
deputy, too,
Watch
not
for
LAPD.
people
I just
and
wrote whatever he wrote.
things. With that, we are adjourned, and our thoughts are with everybody. So be careful.